Welcome back to Solynod Hex, everybody. Today we're holding session 282, and today's session is sponsored by our patrons. Thank you very much, patrons, for your generous pledges. We would not have dynamic lighting without you. Players at this time, go ahead and click on your main character's token, and then hold the shift key and double click on your token to open up the character sheet directly from your token. And go ahead and add 282 experience points for our 282nd session. And Cirrus, I'll show you how to do that real quick. I'm having a little bit of a lag spike since I started up the stream. So just a little bit of lag spike since I started up the stream. Not a problem. I'll just shut down a couple of my apps here. By the way, did I lose you guys, or can you still hear me?
No, I can hear you now.
Okay. Okay.
You weren't there for a while, but then you came lag.
Yeah. Okay. I'm just gonna shut down my C cleaner. I don't need that open right now. Okay, mic check. Can you guys still hear me?
Yes.
All right. Still just a little bit of a lag spike. It's coming around. Okay. So when we last left our heroes, they were in an abandoned bodega at the very southern edge of Castle Downs, where it meets Aperciba. And they discovered, after parleying with the Orog guards, somehow that the leader of the bodega was a vampire of some kind, and his pet is a hydra, and he doesn't like having visitors on full moon nights that are as bright as day. And decided to attack the hell out of the party. But real quick, I need to switch out Varen's characters onto the GM layer. Because Varen is not here. And we were in the middle of combat. Cirrus, you'll notice your character is in the top right corner of the screen.
Yep.
You have just arrived on scene. You've been tracking down the superstars for the last week or so. You heard they were coming south through Castle Downs, heading towards Aperciba, and they just sort of appeared one day like their tracks or whatever, and you've been, you know, kind of hunting them down for days, and you finally caught up with them.
Okay, sounds good.
Let's see.
I must have a wooden eye that I haven't noticed them following from my vantage point.
Well, you had some other things on your mind.
Yes, and I went forward, not backward.
Yeah.
They were behind enough.
There's one thing we don't think about, it's consequences.
You and Gromnar were easily distracted each other with confusing
True. That last time to sleep thing was awesome.
Let's see. Dean.
I can't even lie. I've been waiting for the replay to be posted on YouTube so I could watch that part over and over.
Oh, it's up. It's been up since right after the session.
Oh, well then, I guess I know what I'll be doing after the session.
Yeah. Okay, and we're in combat, so I'm going to put on some more exciting combat music.
Oh, hell. You know, I just realized Gromnar moved into a position to help Varen and his henchmen keep everything, you know, from focusing on one, and he's not here this.
Yeah.
Oof.
So Cirrus,
Ouch.
the way I do, when someone's absent, is immediately I just put all their characters onto the GM layer, and they're like not there anymore. Even if like last week they were there in combat or whatever. I don't roleplay people's characters when they're not here. That way people's characters don't die when they're not present.
Yeah, that's really nice.
It's just not fair when that happens. So the rest of the party has to pick up the slack somehow. And last week,
Turns this fight into much harder than it would have otherwise been.
well, I mean, he nearly took out that Hydra. Like
I
two
know,
characters, so.
in one round or so almost.
Yeah.
I think I've got
So
PTSD
He's
from the
he's
last
very
vampire we
overpowered
fought.
compared to many other of us.
yeah, and you've got Gromnar and Mad Moen basically right on the Hydra right now.
Yeah, Mad
So-
Moen is pretty strong.
Yeah. So let's see. I've already added you to the turn order tracker for this round, Cirrus. However, your initiative has already passed. So next round you'll be able to roll initiative. And actually,
Yeah, I think that's this round.
Yeah, it is the end of round right now. So I'll show you how to roll initiative while everyone else rolls theirs. So what you do, Cirrus, is click on your token.
Yep.
And then
just click the thing that says initiative up top.
Okay. Did you want to cast a spell, or did you want to like run to find a vantage point, or oh, by the way, you do see windows on the north side. I don't know if can you see my arrow?
Yeah.
Okay, so you do see these windows over here. Other than that, there's really no entry to the bodega on this side of the building, other than climbing over the building.
Well, that doesn't seem like something I do. Do I hear the fighting, though?
Yes, you do hear the sounds of combat coming from the south, mostly in the courtyard. And then you do see a group of camels directly south of you, right down here.
Yeah.
And a mule right here. And you see smoke emanating from here and here. So these two spots. This one is much larger. The smoke here, it's much more smoke. And then you hear the sound of loud hissing. Some sort of reptilian hissing coming from right here. It is very loud.
Okay. So, when it says which action will I take, how do I just go forward? Because I don't have any actions.
Okay, so if you just want to move, then you would roll your base size initiative. So as a human, you are a medium creature. So you would roll medium base size initiative. So you would click on the initiative button at the top when you click on your token, and then on the drop-down menu, find the medium base size initiative, and click on that, and then just spam enter to go through all the questions, because you don't really have any adjustments right now to your initiative. And then also you're going to want to do the same thing with Cricket. Although most of the time Cricket will just be using his base size initiative for everything. So if you want to do that really fast, you could roll initiative for touch attack for him, and it will use the same like weapon speed of 3.
Okay.
So in order to do that, you just roll, click initiative, and then you just spam enter, because for him, touch attack should be the default. And then, oh, go ahead, Shannon.
Could you put Calamar and Asher and us where we're going to be? This is the turn that we come back up, so I don't know where we're going to show up, and I mean, I can drag him down there, but I just didn't.
Oh, that's good. I didn't realize he'd already cast the dimension door, so that's good.
Yeah, thank goodness.
Yeah.
Just one quick question. I keep forgetting right now, since I haven't been a situation where I could use 2 times my breath weapon recently again. What's their limit on how many rounds you had to have between them?
Like 2 rounds.
There's a new...
2 rounds
yeah, that's what
between.
I thought. Yeah.
So
yeah, that's what I thought. Okay.
Normally dragons use their breath weapon, then they go into physical attacks, claw,
yeah,
bite.
Exactly.
And then they go into either
or
magic,
bite in my case.
Either magic spells or innate spell-like abilities, and then they go back into their breath weapon. So they do it in a cycle.
Yeah, that's what I remembered as well, that you had to have time between.
Okay, and one other thing I had a question about. Boogie Will gets 2 attacks this turn, so does that go on his turn, or does he need to do the second one at 100?
He'll do the second one at 100, and
okay.
That's Boogie
So I need,
yeah,
I need 3 people with extra turns on the turn order.
Which
travel?
3? Which 3 people?
Chelsea, maybe I should look. Hang on. Oh, you did give it to Chelsea, and you did give it to Olivia. Okay, never mind. It's only 1.
All kinds of turns.
All right. And then Cirrus, once you eventually want to cast a spell, we'll go through that method of initiative as well. You're actually going to be rolling a what's it called? Spell template when you roll initiative to cast a spell. So
okay.
It's a little different, but it tells me during initiative phase exactly what you're doing. That's fine, Asher. Okay.
So there. Okay. Hang on, I have to drag.
You're still in initiative phase?
I have to drag down there.
Okay.
So I can initiative him. And since we're just coming through the thing, I guess he can't do anything except for medium base speed, right?
Who is this?
Calamar.
You can roll initiative for your weapons and use them when you come through.
No, he wants to cast a spell, so he'll do base speed.
Okay.
Sure will, though.
You'd have to wait till next round to do that then.
That's fine.
Okay. So now everyone is finished with initiative phase, correct?
Was I supposed to drop a token for Asher and roll initiative on that?
Hell yeah!
Well, I guess you should still be on the other map. I will put you on the other map real quick. That was...
Oh yeah, if she's on the other map, then she wouldn't have taken initiative for weapons, because she wouldn't know that she was walking into a fight.
No, we came through the thing at the end of last turn, so you should be here.
Oh.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah.
Let me just find
So
your...
I'll just drop a token?
No, I'll grab them off the other map.
Thanks.
You were outside the tower, right?
In the tower.
Yeah, had gotten the tower and everything, and we're ready to go.
We definitely took the tower.
We definitely brought the tower.
Okay.
I made extra sure.
In a hotel room where you look around and make sure you haven't lost anything.
Where the hell is that map at?
Calamar, are all your followers coming through as well?
That was the entrance to the last dungeon, right? On that map?
Yeah.
Yes.
Wow.
Yeah,
where
they
the
are.
hell?
They're just all going to be right here at the
Okay.
at the point of wherever. It's going to be real cute.
That was called Il-Senzin Temple. must have
Also,
archived it again.
also as how to split your party.
East wing, north wing, west wing. Okay. It's got to be on here somewhere. Why am I not seeing it?
Didn't you have a specific map for the interior of the tower?
Yeah, but I wasn't using that. I was using the Ilsensine Temple map.
Okay, just double checking.
Wow, I need the word search.
Is my voice changed?
Yes.
Okay, good.
Thanks, guys.
Ilsensine. There it is. Wow. It's alright.
That's what you get for having so many maps.
Yeah, really. I have like somewhere in the 90s now maps.
Good lord.
I was impressed by how quickly you said you were able to make a map. Take me forever.
Well, you know, he has had some practice 90 plus
Yeah.
times.
Yeah.
It's kind of like the monster sheets and the tokens and whatnot. You know, it takes forever when you first start, but
Right.
eventually it's muscle memory. You know, you figure out how to do it, and you can do it so.
Well, looky here. I've already deleted your characters off of this map. Yeah, I guess go ahead and drop new tokens on that portal. Sorry about that.
It's alright.
Now I'll archive that page. Okay. Oh, weird. I archived it while I'm on it. I didn't realize you could do that. So that's Calamar and Asher, and that was it, right?
And my followers. But,
Followers.
yeah.
Okay, go ahead and, yeah, drop your followers tokens as well.
I don't want to. Oh my god. Okay.
Do I see them from where I am?
Yeah, so you see, portal pop up and, some people emerge from it.
Okay. Lots of people.
Whole bunch
Lots
of people.
of people, yeah.
Yeah. Oh, I didn't mean to make him twice. Okay.
And if you'd like to roll spellcraft to see what spell it is, you can go ahead and do that by clicking on your token. And then at the top of the screen where it says checks, you click on checks. And then in chat, it'll ask you, there'll be 3 buttons. One for ability scores, one for proficiency checks, and another one for skill checks. If you click on the proficiency checks one, I'm sure you can find spellcraft.
Yep.
Calamar comes through and is clueless. He doesn't understand the spell.
Nope. Oh, you shouldn't say that.
And just spam enter through all the adjustments and whatnot if you don't have any adjustments. And Calamar, you'll need to roll some kind of initiative for all those characters.
Are you kidding me?
I'll help you with it.
Oh my god. You do the first row, I'll do the second row. So you do the row that starts with Silvestro, and I'll do the second row. Oh my god.
Roll the eat popcorn initiative.
I'm just rolling touch attack, which is their size-based initiative anyways. So that's the default thing on the list. Okay. And then you can, if you actually want them to attack, you can do that next round or whatever. So, yeah, you do, Cirrus. There's like a drow and a great elf and an Ashura and and they're obviously adventurers. Alright, so we're done with this initiative phase now, right? Here we go. Okay, so purple dot is Tirana's Fairy Fire, which she cast on the vampire, so there is currently a +2 to hit him because he's surrounded by Fairy Fire. Time now is 6 p.m. January the 15th, 11 AE5. Everyone is tired and hungry. Okay. And the sun has gone down and the moon has come up, and it is a full moon. Today is the day of the full moon as seen on this calendar. January the 15th is the first day of the week of the full moon. The red dot is Dean's recitation. So you get +2 to hits, saves, and that turns to +3 to hit and saves if you are a worshiper of Moradin. The followers arrive now, so I'm just going to remove that from the turn order tracker. You arrived at the end of last round. Gromnar's Ogre-sized full plate mail in Nervia City will be completed May 13th. Asher's ESP research concludes January 21st. First up is Boogie Will with that +4 Morning Star of his. Jacking his speed up to 4.4.
No one to fight no fight him. Go find something else to fight. And he runs by the cowering character, and he goes rah as he walks by and goes in to the building.
Okay.
So I've gone 3.
So Mad Moen kind of broke a hole in this door. It looks like that. So you can pass through that hole on the left side.
4, 5, 6. I want to beat this head and beat it until it's gone and deaded. Yes, I want it dead.
Okay. So it currently, it does turn to face you.
Okay, I was about to ask. It's front.
Because the other characters are no longer there. All right.
Short of melee.
You are actually within its front, so you're gonna need to scoot back 1 square, like right here.
No problem.
And it currently has 7 heads, and it's like hissing.
And Boogie Bill goes
Rah, rah.
back at it. He tries to hit it for the first time. -7 for 12.
Yep, you hit a -7 armor class, causing 12 damage to that mug. Okay, it had 7 heads. Now after you hit it, it now has 6 heads. So you hit it with that Morning Star and just knock one of the heads off and kind of rip it off on the spikes of the Morning Star. And then after the impact, it rips off the neck and goes flying across the yard.
Beat, I told you!
Sliding up against this cart here, leading a short trail of blood. Okay, next up is Mario, one of your followers.
He's good. Everybody of my followers are gonna stay right where they are, and they're gonna go, "What the fuck?"
Yeah, he goes, "Oh yeah, what the fuckles." Okay, next up is Holchika, that's one of your followers, and then Garibaldi. Okay, next up is Tirana.
Tirana says,
I think I can hide.
and she'll hide.
Okay,
So,
plenty of concealment around you. There's bushes, a couple of trees.
yeah, that's what I figured. Checks, I think. Skill. Oh, no, not for Boogie Will. Okay. And hide in shadows. Am I gonna get a plus for anything? To my modifier because of the bushes and stuff?
To hide?
Yeah,
No.
I didn't think so.
No, all you have to do is establish cover and concealment, and then you use your normal percentage chance to hide.
Okay.
And that's actually something that I roll.
You should have rolled. As soon as I finished it, I went,
You
he should have rolled that.
you turn your character's token invisible,
Okay.
and you can take off the token markers. Okay. All right. You just switch the token to Silvestro's token.
I didn't mean to. I didn't mean to.
You know, I have to admit I was laughing that Tirana turned into what looked like a monkey with a pig.
Yeah. Don't forget your light sensitivity one.
I'm trying to. I'm trying to find it.
I think no one can see.
There we go.
Let's see. Okay, so you should be completely invisible to everybody. Alright, so Silvestro says what the fuck. Fausto says what the fuck. Walt says what the fuck. Next up is Jim. Asher, are you there?
Sorry. Jim is casting command on the vampire cleric. So,
Nice.
hope he speaks common. In common, he looks at the vampire cleric and he says, "Sleep!"
Okay.
In a humorous way, I could imagine a vampire cleric bolting off looking for his coffin.
Okay, so as an undead creature, vampires are immune to sleep charm, hold, cold, and illusions.
We're learning more every day about what characters
Okay.
this thing doesn't work on.
Yes. Alright, next up is Ilberic says what the fuck, and then Karenglor.
Anglor looks over at the vampire cleric and casts magic missile.
Outstanding. Karenglor gets 50 points for the magic missile spell, and you can go ahead and put the template down again because there's a missile button on the template.
Alright, let's see.
And it actually tells you how many missiles you have as well. It's pretty
That
neat.
was 2, I believe.
Okay. Says you have 2 missiles.
Gonna fire them both at the vampire cleric.
Okay. Let's go ahead and click on that button and hit the vampire cleric. Okay. Alright, so that actually hits him.
Hey.
You cause a total of 10 damage from 2 maxed out missiles.
Woohoo!
So you found one of the things that vampires are not immune to. And then did you add the 50 points to Karen Glore for that spell?
We'll do that right now.
Okay, next up is Calamar.
So he's got la-di-da, he's coming through the portal and he sees like chaos. He sees like dead orcs over there. He sees a vampire. He's like, what the heck, you guys? Oh shit! Tirana! Tirana! And he looks desperately. Can he find Tirana? Can he see her?
Calamar can roll a... Actually, no, he can't see her anywhere.
Shit! And he goes invisible.
Okay. So for Cirrus, you can see the drow that popped out of the portal dons a ring and becomes invisible.
Okay.
And he moves right there, and he feels real sad because I left the place so nice and we had friends and everything, and then I come back, I'm gone for 10 minutes and this happens. Oh my gosh. And that's my move.
Okay. Armados says, what the fuck? And next up is an Orog. Oh, never mind. You can't see this Orog, but it's the one that ran away. Ha ha ha. Alright, next up is the Vampire Cleric, who's was casting a spell, and it is fizzled by those magic missiles.
Woohoo! Hey!
Next up is Asher.
Sure is going to forward. And she moves to raise her bow, but Karen Clore says, my lady, normal weapons don't seem to have much effect. Please go help with the Hydra. And Asher shrugs and moves on.
Okay. Alright, next up is another Orog. Let's see which one this is. Okay, this is also one that is surrendered. Okay, so Valerio says what the fuck. Eldwin says what the fuck. Cirrus.
Yep.
You're up.
I'm just gonna move.
Okay. While in combat, you can move a number of squares equal to the number shown in your blue circle. Unless you jog, that's your option on your turn. Jogging allows you to double your move. However, that is your standard action for the round, and you can't do any other actions other than jogging. And you can jog for a number of rounds equal to your constitution before you get exhausted. So that's quite a long time for most characters.
Yeah.
And then once you have jogged for one round at least, then you can go up to sprinting, which is its own system. But I've
Yeah, I'll jog.
Okay.
Silly question because I forgot how to do it, but how do I do the arrow to move my character?
So what you do is you left click your token to select it, okay? Then you left click and hold to pick it up. Then while holding left click, you tap click and it will turn on the ruler. And then anywhere you want to place a waypoint, show where you've traveled, you also right click inside that square. And if you jog, you have 24 squares. If you don't jog, you have 12 and a standard action. So again, you left click on your token to select it.
Yeah.
And then left click and hold to pick it up. And you can move it slightly. And then while holding left click, you just tap right click to turn on the ruler. And then right click also places waypoints as you walk, if you want to show squares through. So that's 13 squares, it looks like. So you still have 11 squares to go if you want to jog.
Yeah, what was the waypoint again? I'm sorry, everyone.
So you left click your token to select it, and then left click and hold to pick it up. And then while holding left click, you tap right click to turn the ruler on. And then you tap right click wherever you want to show waypoints. And you have 11 squares left to go.
Okay. On my screen at least.
That's about right. Alright, so you're right behind the backside of a camel. Oh, excuse me. Just had to mute to sneeze. You're right behind the backside of a camel. It smells horrible, but looks pretty fast. From your vantage, you currently see a wizard that looks pretty similar to you. The way you're dressed and whatnot. Down here, standing next to a bonfire. There's a campfire right here, so that kind of explains the two clouds of smoke. Okay. There's a portal right here that's still open. And if you want to roll spellcraft to determine what kind of portal it is, you can. A bunch of these people popped out of it, mostly humans, but there's a couple of halflings, another drow, and a deep gnome, also known as a Svirfneblin or a Smurf. Smurf is sort of a slang term for Svirfneblin. So they're well known as Smurfs. Amongst each other, they know each other as Svirfneblin, and then to the educated, they're just deep gnomes. So.
Okay.
You can see a mule here, of course, and also. There's a dog here. Okay.
Yep.
Here, there is a great disturbance in the ground as though something were burrowing underneath it. Here you see a gray elf. And that's pretty much it. Time now is it's after 6 p.m. and it's winter time in the northern hemisphere. So it's after dark, but the full moon and the stars illuminate everything around you as though it were almost daylight. So you're able to see normally despite the darkness. So just imagine a real starry sky and a real bright moon.
Okay.
Let's see. The weather is pretty fair, and there are no clouds. So just like a slight breeze every now and then. And that's pretty much it. You did a jog, so that's your standard action. Okay.
Yep.
Next up is your dog Cricket, who has a much faster movement rate than you. And yes, he is able to jog if you want him to.
We're doggies!
Okay.
All right. So as your dog approaches, it is able to smell things around it. It's sort of smelling up against the wall, and sniffs the air as the breeze sort of comes back from these camels, and it just goes back to sniffing along the wall here. So, Dion, Sammy can see this wild dog approaching behind this man, and that's pretty much it. I guess Calamar should know that too, for her followers. There's a man and a wild dog approaching. It looks like one of those typical African wild dogs. Its markings are beautiful. It's got gold and black and white at the tips of the ears. And it looks like looks like this. Sort of one of those African dingoes with the big saucer ears.
Boy.
Yeah. Okay, next up is Gromnar, who's facing off against the Hydra toe to toe. The Hydra's heads are all hissing violently and aggressively as Gromnar approaches with his 2 great swords.
Son of a bitch.
No!
So Gromnar steps in, trips over his own foot, and sort of goes off balance, giving himself a target symbol. And, of course, the head count on the Hydra is still 6 heads.
And I just want to state for the record, this is all Brian Druid's fault.
Yes.
No, you're not prone. You're not prone.
I
You just have a
for
target.
some- in my listing, it doesn't show the original symbol. Oh, okay. Okay.
It's literally like the target store.
Yeah,
It's
what
red and
was
white.
the exact effect of that one again?
Everyone has a +2 to hit you.
Okay.
Alright, next up is Brian Jurid.
Gromnar, no! And from behind, fly into bite.
It definitely does not turn to face you, so you get a
Oh, additional +2.
right, but you don't type it in though. You just put rear attack.
Yeah, I know. All right.
So Saris, watch Brian Jurid's bite damage as a gold dragon. They have the best bite damage out of like all the dragons. Pretty sick bite damage on this baby.
Oh boy.
All right, so you crit him for 54 damage.
Alright then.
You crit. Wow. Okay. Go ahead and describe how you take out the rest of the Hydra with a bite.
Well, the Hydra is still a little bit confused, and its head aligned perfectly for one bite to jump off the remaining heads, and they flop on the ground. Plop, 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 plop.
You did so much
That-
damage. You brought it to -1 heads. All right.
Ow.
Hell yeah. Way to go, Brian Druid.
That's good.
You make up for what you did to Cromnar, so yeah.
Next round, Brain Druid will perform a loop in the air. Actually, no, the fight is not over. We have bad guys still left there.
Yeah. All right. Next up is Jesse.
Jesse goes,
Oh, hell no, I ain't gonna fight this thing. You can forget it. I'm gonna go fight the Hydra. And so she goes and flies in here and she goes, well, shit. Okay. Maybe I'll go back out there and pretend like I'm fighting the thing, except that I'm not going to. Because I don't want to fight that. No way. And she comes back out there and flies up high again. Oh, and there's
there's the org, pleading and begging for his life, so she's gonna go down and like fuck with him a little bit. She's gonna like poke him and everything. She's like, she thinks that's fun, so yeah, she'll poke him some with her finger. She won't, nothing bad. She won't hurt him or anything.
The one that surrendered?
Yeah.
Okay. He's sort of like pissing himself and whimpering, and speaking in a language that you don't understand.
Yeah, my wife. I mean, you know, it was.
What's he saying so Calamar hears?
Please don't kill me, little fairy girl. I won't hurt you, I promise. Just leave me be. Just leave me be.
Oh. Yeah, that's her turn.
All right. So next up is Mad Moen, who comes over here to actually. He is going to step back out through the door. He's just had a good idea. So he's going to walk up to the tree that's next to the vampire and try to fell it. He needs to hit armor class 4, and he'll need to do 20 damage in 1 round. So that looks like this. Hey, yeah, -10. He crits the tree, only causing 19 damage. So it's holding on by a thread, and he hits it in such a way that it's going to fall, towards the vampire. But it is holding on by a thread. Okay. Next up is, let's see, did I put him? Hopefully I put him on. No, I didn't. So next round, I guess I will roll initiative for him twice. All right, next up is Illuvio.
Now, Illuvio had, I'm checking, had +4 arrows. He has 4 times 4, +4 arrows. So he wants to shoot a +4 arrow at the
Vampire?
dragon. Yeah, that guy.
Okay.
So, yeah. That guy. And he should have +6 to hit. Is he hitting the front?
Yeah. You don't,
But he has lower ground.
Yeah, you don't type in +6. You just type in +4. If it's not already on your weapon table that you're shooting a +4 arrow.
Oh, that +2 was for the recitation.
Right. Okay. Yeah. +2 to hit. And then sheath arrows. Closet longbow sheath.
I could.
Flight
Yeah,
arrow,
I think.
longsword +2.
I can't. I couldn't select the
Flight arrows
arrows, so I
+4.
just selected. Yeah.
Okay. So you need.
Damn it!
No, I'm not gonna count that. You need.
Okay, good.
You need this on your weapon table here. So.
Oh, okay. So I need to add it to my weapon table. Okay. I don't think I've ever shot with these before, so. He's had them forever, and now this is when you use them.
Okay, so as an elf, you get a +1, and then the magic gives you an additional +4, so that's +5 to hit without the spell, and then +4 to damage, and then it does D6, because it's flight arrows.
D6, D6.
And then the range on flight arrows is 12, 24, 42.
Okay.
And the speed on flight arrows is 7, but these go down to 3. And then it's piercing damage, medium weapon. Well, actually, it's large with the bow.
Okay.
The weight will be 0. And then you should be able to, if you click on the attack thing, you should be able to find it again.
I'm sorry that I didn't have it done. This is the first time I've used them, so okay, hang on. Attack.
And you will be able to make backstab with this. Oh, no, never mind.
No, it's Olivia.
It's, yeah, sorry. And he's undead anyways, so backstabs don't work on him.
They have to choose lower ground.
Yeah.
Oops. Oh, damn it.
Oh, I put it on the wrong character.
No, you put it on Olivia.
I did? Okay.
Yeah. There it is. The front, shorter melee, no, waist. Okay, lower elevation. Ah, why did
Yeah,
it?
lower
Why?
down.
Why? It said, Liv, hang on.
Said what?
It said I was the same elevation instead of, okay, front, shorter melee. Now I go lower ground.
Yeah.
There we go. Miscellaneous attack roll modifier. Now I just add +2, right?
Yeah, to the attack roll, and then nothing to damage.
Okay.
Okay, you hit -3, causing 9 damage. Just
Okay.
want to make sure it added your bonuses.
And he's losing one of
And
them, so I'll take
yeah,
it
it
off.
did. Wow. You rolled 2. You got +4 damage from the magic, and you got +3 damage from strength because it's a composite bow.
Okay.
So a total of 9 damage. All right, and it is an arrow +4, and he is not immune to that. So he takes 9 damage. Ah! You shoot him right in the chest, and black blood emanates from the wound. Next up is Boogie Will.
Boogie Will is going to go,
and spit on the body, and then he's gonna, like, kick it and say, "You head, you big pain in the ass. You, I don't like you. Oh, maybe I need. Oh, where's your teeth? I need to collect your teeth."
that'll be his turn.
Okay. Next up is Gromnar.
Nope.
Oh, right, yeah. You're off
That
balance.
attack.
Yep. Gromnar is off balance. Okay, Jezzy.
Yeah, she just keeps fucking with this guy.
Okay.
And then Olivia, can he get the same, can he shoot the same bow again? The +4?
Luvio, yes,
Aaron?
he can, yeah.
Okay, then that's what he's doing, baby. Attack. This is what these were made for.
Mm-hmm.
We did not need these much before. Ah, damn it.
AC 5 is a miss. Okay. End of round upkeep. Now the Vampire Cleric's Gaze will take effect. So Luvio and Asher 2 need to roll saving throws versus spell. And so does Mad Moen.
Any modifiers? Minuses or anything?
Let's see. You get +2 to your saves from recitation, I believe.
Oh, yay. Okay.
But not Asher 2. Asher 2 was not in range.
Right. It saves as a level 2 warrior.
Yes.
Livio saves.
Asher 2 failed. Mad Moen failed.
I forgot to include Tron as verifier, but I don't think it would have made a difference. No, it would have made a difference.
Okay, go ahead and roll initiative again. I get to roll initiative for Asher 2 now, and I'm trying to find the charm status. That's sleep. Charmed is the smiley face with the heart eyes. That's right. So he's kind of enamored with the vampire, as is Mad Moen, who turns to axe people in the party. Oh, axe you a few questions. Okay, initiative.
What enemies does Cirrus see? Like obvious enemies.
Well, let's see. It looks like the dog, the black dog, suddenly turns and starts growling at the wizard. Unfortunately.
The vampire's blocked by the tree, though, right?
You cannot see the vampire because he is behind a wall from you. And you can barely see a guy right here turn to face the gray elf with his axe in hand, like he's about to take a chunk out of her.
Oh, that's the gray elf. Okay.
Yeah, he just all of a sudden becomes aggressive towards this female gray elf. And this dog.
Delightful.
This dog turns to face this otherwise friendly wizard, and starts growling.
Okay. So if I was to cast a spell,
You would be able to place the area of effect in squares that you can see. And then if the area of effect were to carry over into squares you cannot see, you can further affect creatures that are in those areas you cannot see.
One question. Did you have to roll a separate initiative for your follower, or was it on your initiative? On yours? Or follower?
Are you talking to Cirrus?
To you.
To me.
Yeah. I think it was separate, right?
Yeah, everyone rolls individual initiative.
Oh, okay. Then I missed one round. Or two.
With Dion?
Yeah.
Okay.
Don't feel bad. I keep forgetting to roll with the dog.
what initiative thing do I choose for casting a spell?
Okay, what spell are you casting?
Color spray.
Okay, go ahead and click on your character token.
Yep.
And then at the top of the screen, there should be a button called Special Powers. If you click on that. And then in chat, it'll say, there'll be a template that says Divine, Arcane, Psionic. You want Arcane. Okay, and then you wanna click on the 1 because it's level 1. And that's an alteration spell, right?
Yes.
Okay, so click on alteration.
Okay.
And then find it on the list.
And then
And you cast it as a level 1 wizard, so that is correct. And then on that initiative that it rolled, 5.84, that's when the effect happens. And I'll give you an area of effect token that you can place at that time. Okay. Any other questions about rolling initiative for spells?
Nope.
Okay. And as you can see, all of the numbers that plugged in are appropriate for your level.
Yeah.
Okay. Is anyone else still on initiative phase?
Do we need to roll for all my followers if they're just gonna sit there and like go,
No.
Okay, thank you.
It kind of behooves you to use them, but if you don't want to, you don't have to.
Okay. Let me see if there are any mages that. There's
yeah.
Walthud. Okay, let's see.
Yeah,
what he's
Walthud
got.
is a mage. Elduin is a mage. I think she's a mage thief just like you are. Oh no, she's just a thief.
I don't think that any of his spells will touch him. But I will roll for him and then. No, I gotta roll. I gotta know the spell. Hang on. I'm gonna look. I'm looking to see if the spell can touch him or not. I don't know. How tall is the wall?
It is 15 feet tall.
Okay, so I'm going to roll for Walthud to move. Can I find Walt? Okay.
And the other ones have initiative that you don't really have to re-roll if you don't want to use them.
Okay.
Should their turn pop up and you do want to use them, though, go right ahead. They could be useful for stopping people's bleeding and whatnot.
Yeah, they've got. Assume that they're, doing base speed. Now, which one did you say was another spell like one?
No, there aren't any. I was
There
mistaken.
aren't any? Okay.
Yeah, it's only
I thought that.
Walthud and Tirana.
Okay.
Elduin is just a thief.
Alright.
Okay. Has everyone else completed initiative phase? Because here we go. Okay. Purple dot is Tirana's Fairy Fire. It's still in effect on the vampire, so there's an additional +2 to hit the vampire. Remember that because of the spell. Okay. Okay, time now is 6:11 p.m. January the 15th, 11:85. The sky is clear, but dark, and the stars and full moon are out, illuminating the environment as though it were, like eclipse light, basically like a dim sunlight. Red dot is Dean's recitation, so +2 to hit and saving throws. Any character with a red dot has that. Okay, Gromnar's stuff, Asher's stuff. First up is Walthud.
Walthud starts running because he wants to get himself in position, and as he's running,
Cirrus, you see
he's
the
going
Smurf take action.
Yep.
And crap! I haven't practiced this.
And he says, "Oh no! It's got to go! The bad guy! Hang on. The vampire must never tire! No, wait! No!" And he runs.
The Smurf seems to speak in rhyme.
5, 6, 10, 11, 12. He's going to stop right there. He jogged because of the space, but he likes to think that now he can cast his spell up.
He cannot. He cannot cast a spell.
For next round, I mean.
Yeah.
For next round, his spell will reach. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
So he says,
Ho ho! I will get you next round with my thingo or something. I don't know. I used to be better. I've forgotten. I need to practice.
So the original picture that I had for him is gone for some reason. It won't display anymore. So that means that they probably removed it from the website where I got it. Because I didn't actually rip the picture off of anything. I just got it from Roll20's, like, link to DeviantArt or whatever.
I used to play him, and so I used to have some practice in speaking in rhyme, and I've not done it for a while, so I've forgotten how. Sorry about that.
So the reason why he speaks in rhyme, Cirrus, is because he is a clown.
Oh, that's horrifying.
Yeah. Sorry, a buffoon. He's a buffoon.
Well.
Which is a kit.
Oh, okay.
It is I think it's a gnome kit. And it's for a thief illusionist, I think. And they dress like clowns or jesters, and they do weird shit like speak in rhyme and stuff like that. They're basically entertainers.
Yeah, still horrifying.
Yeah. You think it's horrifying now? You try playing them and try to come up with the rhyme with a stroke brain. You try it.
I can't come up with a rhyme on a good day, so...
Exactly.
I guess I'll take care of his picture later, but next up is Mario.
He says, "What the fuck is going on around here?" And looks around.
What the fuck? What the fuck? Okay. Next up is Cricket.
Cricket is... is just gonna move up to the corner.
Okay. Next up is Ceres. He casts Color Spray.
I'm gonna move first, though, right?
You can take up to a 5-foot step and cast a spell.
Yeah, you can't
So 5-foot
cast
step
and move
only.
the same round.
Yeah.
You might not have known that.
Oh yeah, I haven't played with that rule before.
Yeah, somehow I have a feeling that Color Spray had some range as well.
It does, but not enough range.
Yeah, not enough.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking.
Five foot. Oh, 20 by 20.
Yeah, 20 here. Not enough. No worry, new tactical situation, might not have experienced this before. Happens all the time.
So this is a 15. 15. Alright, so that is a 20 by 20 cone. There we go. And you should have the ability to move that around.
Yeah. Could I?
Can't you always cancel a cast and just move?
Yeah.
You realize that you can't possibly cast.
Yeah.
I'll allow it this one time because you didn't know you couldn't, move and cast. So in the future, well, for future reference, moving and casting is it's only 5-foot steps to pop out of cover or something, and then you cast a spell and then you pop back into cover. Or you can be in a vehicle such as the howdah on the back of an elephant, or on the deck of a ship, or
On
in
the
a
back
chariot.
of a dragon?
Yes. The dragon has to be gliding though.
True.
And when you cast a spell in a vehicle, a dragon's not a vehicle, by the way. That's a mount, so that's different.
True.
So if you're on a mount, the mount can't be moving. Other than if it's in the air, it can glide. So gliding makes you lose 10 feet per round, and you only get half your forward momentum during a round you glide.
Okay.
And then if you're on horseback, you just stop the horse. It can't move at all. If you're on foot, if you're on foot,
in the past, I've played that you move and then you start casting, and then the cast goes off when the cast time.
probably third
happens.
edition or something. But yeah, in second edition, that's not how magic works.
Okay.
Unless it was, homebrewed by your DM.
Possibly.
But yeah. So according to the rules, you don't move and cast unless it's under very specific conditions if you're on a vehicle or something. So on a vehicle, you have to be buckled in, strapped in, with some kind of like rope or a seat belt, or someone holding you steady against the mast of the ship with their body like literally leaning up against you to hold you steady because the ship is rocking. But yeah, other than that, I mean, just moving and casting spells isn't a thing in second.
Okay, no problem.
Yeah,
I will cancel my spell then.
Yeah. So
bit.
I'm only allowing that this one time. So I'm gonna basically rewind and say that you didn't cast the spell at all. So you can now move your character.
Okay, thank you very much.
Yeah. And then next round you can cast. So go ahead and move Cirrus wherever you want to get into position for your spell. And next up is Calamar.
And you see Calamar turns visible. And you see the drowy self, my drowy self. And he's cast a lightning bolt, and he shoots a lightning bolt straight at the vampire cleric.
Yeah.
Okay. I'll let you place the lightning bolt token. Let's see. Spell AoEs. Wizard.
I did the 5 by 80 one, so that's the
3.
instead of the 10 by 41.
Okay.
Alright. Okay,
All right.
so it doesn't.
So Cirrus, you
Go.
see a drought become visible while taking off a ring.
I don't think I have to take it off. I think I just, you know,
I've had one of those. I think it works by will.
by will. How do I get it to? Hang on. I don't remember how to turn. Is it E?
Yeah. Or your mouse wheel.
Oh. Now, hang on. What? When? Do I move? No. I wanted to shoot the thing! Okay. Oh, there it goes. There it goes. Now I have to remove it again, but that'll... Okay, now I gotta move it back just a little bit. Something like that. Well, is that close enough? Is the guy getting hit by it?
It doesn't look like it. It looks like it's just
Okay.
going diagonal, kind of
saw
right
the,
below him.
I saw the other things and they looked like they were hitting him, but okay. There we go. I can't quite get a hold of this to get it to move. I'm trying to... Damn it.
There you
Okay.
go.
Thank you. That's the one. Yeah. How did
All
you
right.
do that?
So
did
you hold E to start it spinning, and then you hold Alt to make it spin slow.
Oh, that alt. Okay, that's how
Yeah.
it is. Okay. I was
All
just
right.
doing E, and I'm like, why is it not moving? I
All
don't
right,
know.
so the drow that becomes visible, Cirrus, you see him waving his hands to cast a spell, and bolt of lightning. He like points at the vampire, up at the vampire, and about 15 feet in front of him, in front of the drow. A bolt of lightning emits from the air, shooting up through the vampire and about, 45 to 50 feet in the air diagonally through him.
Okay.
Calamar gets 150 points for the use of lightning bolt.
Okay.
And the vampire gets a saving throw. He successfully saved, taking 18 damage. He takes a shock while screaming and takes 18 damage. Okay, next up is Holzpika, and then Garibaldi, and then Tirana.
Trana is going to keep herself hidden right there because she does not want none of her spells work, none of her weapons work. She don't want to get she's hiding.
Okay.
Although she does see Calamar shooting the lightning bolt out of his hand and her body, and inside she goes, "Hell yeah!" But doesn't say that.
Okay. Did you give Calamar 150 points?
Yes, I did.
Okay. Jezzy.
Jessie doesn't have anything to do either, because she doesn't have any magic weapons. She doesn't have any spells, so maybe she'll keep fucking with this guy.
Yeah.
I'll keep fucking with this guy.
She's just so mean.
Okay.
She's not
So-
mean. She's playful. If you think of it as mean, I'm sorry.
I'm kidding. She's mean to him.
All right. The vampire cleric. Vampire cleric is going to. I guess is going to who do we have? Karangor, Walt. I guess he's gonna jump down here. Bam. Let's see. Hole. Target's falling token. In feet. 15. Okay, takes 6 damage from the fall. Alright, and turns to Walt. And he attacks him with a crushing blow. To Walt. And Walt turns to face him. Front. Short, same elevation. No mod and no mod. Hits AC -6 for 10 damage on Walt. And Walt is level drained 2 life levels. And also collapses. Whoops.
Is the vampire in the air or did it drop down?
He jumped down and took 6 falling damage to attack Walt. Okay. Okay, and Walt is energy drained twice. He's now level 2. Sorry. He's level 3 thief, 2 illusionist.
3 thief illusionist, yeah.
3 thief, 2 illusionist.
Okay.
Making his effective combat level 3.
Okay.
And he loses let's see, 2
And 1.
and 1, so 3 hit points.
Yep. That'll do it.
13. Whoops.
It's okay.
Enter. And -3, enter.
Thank
Okay,
you.
so he's at -3 health right now. He is hovering on death's door, so I'm gonna give him a door icon. Okay, Saris, so hovering on death's door is an optional rule in AD&D 2nd edition. When a character reaches 0 HP, they collapse to the ground, and they are aware of what's going on around them, but they're unable to move or talk, so they cannot perform any actions whatsoever. They lose 1 hit point per round, whether from bleeding or burning or internal bleeding or contusion or something like that, acid melting them, whatever the case may be, until someone can come up with a free hand and stop the bleeding.
Yep.
Once they so they only lose 1 hit point per round at the end of each round, the very end, during the upkeep phase of the round. That's when all poison damage occurs. That's when regeneration occurs. That's when bleeding damage occurs, etc., etc., etc. Anything that takes upkeep, that's when it happens, at the very end of the round, so that everyone gets a chance to do their actions to prevent whatever's going on. And then once they reach -10 hit points, they are dead. So they can still be damaged by anything that can cause damage. So a creature could come up to him and bite him for the normal amount of damage, and they would have to attack his armor class, his surprised armor class, that is, with a +4 to hit with him being prone. So it's really easy to hit him. And the only thing that counts for his armor class is his physical armor, which I don't think he's wearing any. And AoE spells will still work on him, all that stuff. So it's really easy to die. Any cure spell will bring up to 1 hit point, at which time he is at injured status, which means he can only move at a movement rate of 1. He automatically fails all saving throws and cannot perform any action other than movement for 24 hours, and is basically stuck at 1 hit point for 24 hours.
Okay.
If a heal spell is used on him, and he loses all of his memorized spells as well. If a heal spell is used on him, he still loses all of his spells, but he's brought up to full hit points and is able to fight normally and is not in injured status. He's completely full of health and everything. So, but what happened here is he took, he had 16 out of 16 hit points, okay? Or sorry, he had 10 out of 10 hit points. He was injured for 10 hit points and level drained 2 levels. The level drain subtracted 3 hit points from his maximum hit points, thereby bringing his current hit points down by 3 as well. So he
had 16 before we started.
He had 10.
16 hit points? How could he have 10? Okay, maybe I'm forgetting. Don't worry.
I know on his character sheet it says. Okay, out of 13. Weird. He must have been injured or something from last time we played him, because he had 10 hit points. I'll just take him down to 0 right now, because he technically took, 13 damage.
So at 0, are you stabilized or still bleeding out?
At 0, you are bleeding out. Okay. Next up is Karengler. Oh, and the vampire turns his back to the tower. So he's facing south.
So Karen Glore is going to cast Spook. But that's still listed as an attack because it's on the honeydew list. So I'm going to. Oh, it's a range 1. Okay, so he's going to make that 5-foot step.
That's illusion, right?
Yes.
Okay, he's immune. You gain no experience.
Ah, damn it!
Okay.
I forgot.
Okay, Ilberic says, "What the fuck?" Then Asher 2 comes
God
down
damn
to Dion. And tries to tear him up. Okay, bite. Dion. Front. Shows melee. Team elevation. And no mod. No mod. AC 11 is a miss. Armados says, "What the fuck?" The Orog has surrendered. Next up is Boogie Will.
Jan is going, no, stay away!
Boogie Will is gonna move 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and he's going to say to the vampire cleric,
Oh hell no, you didn't. I'm gonna teach you how to die.
and he goes with his Morning Star.
Okay.
Please.
The cleric will turn to face slightly.
He can do that? I thought he attacked Walt. I thought I had a rear attack. Aw. Do I have a front attack?
Facing is a free action.
Okay. So it's front.
So, just so everyone knows, facing and 5-foot steps are free actions. You can do those at any time, even when it's not your turn. You could take a 5-foot step.
Oh,
You-
I forgot. Hang on.
So let me explain what a 5-foot step is first.
Okay.
5-foot step is moving 1 square, doing something like looking around or casting a spell, and then moving back. Okay. The 5-foot step itself is the only part of the free action. Casting a spell is not free action. So if you want to pop out of cover just to look around at any time, you can. If you want to change your facing at any time, you can. It's all up to you. But if you bury your back to someone at any time, they get an attack of opportunity against you. So, that being said, go ahead and do... Oh, you did. Okay, -10 for 13 damage. Okay, that is combat. Go and describe how you take out the vampire cleric.
I see him be mean to short guy. So I go beat with my Morning Star, my glorious, beautiful Morning Star. Mwah. And I knock his brains onto the floor, and then I spit on him.
Okay. It's a good thing you killed him because
Yes.
Boogie Will would have to roll a save versus spell right now for the vampire's gaze.
Yeah, I was figuring that we had. It was lucky because I have a +4 mace, +2 because he's fairy fired. I figured it's worth a chance.
Yeah.
Woohoo!
And Matt Mullen was about to murder me.
Yeah, well, it would have been bad because we wouldn't have been able to hit Boogie Will because he's stone skinned. So yeah, it would have been really bad.
Okay. I'm experiencing a little bit of lag, so right now is the perfect time to take our first 5-minute break. When we come back, I'm going to do experience points for the Hydra and the Vampire. So Saris, you're probably going to gain a level from this, but don't worry about it. We'll take care of it at the end of the round. Okay?
Yeah. And don't forget to take the charm off of Mad Moen and
not the end of the
Badger.
round, at the end of the session, end of the play session.
Yeah.
Okay. So we'll be back in 5. Let's get a get a drink, get a snack, use the bathroom, whatever, and we'll be back in 5. Okay? Be right back.
All I can say is I cannot wait for us to find a magical two-handed sword so Gromnar can do more than take out minions.
Oh man, it's gonna be awesome.
I mean, he already does decent damage output, but just add in that magic bonus to hit and damage. Plus, you know, he could help kill stuff like vampires and shit that only can be hit by magic weapon.
True. I missed a very descriptive thing about the Hydra's death. I didn't think of it right off there, then and there. When the heads got chopped off, of course the necks were flailing for a few seconds, sprouting the blood, just like those car salesmen's inflatable men that are waving in the air.
There was a sprinkler when I was growing up. I don't know if it's still a popular thing or if it's even around, but it wasn't just the jets of water. It had like the little tiny hoses on it, so when you turned it on, they went crazy. That's what I was picking.
Pretty cool.
Woo, I'm tired after that. I'll tell you what.
I still say this was all Brand Druid's fault.
What, you said
It's
time to
not-
sleep? I read Gromnar. That means time to kill. And I answered back that I understood the message. Got it. That was so good.
It was,
It was.
so funny. Oh my God, it was priceless.
I mean, in his mind, it doesn't matter that, you know, Brian Druid's younger than him. He's a main member of the party, you know, so he's going to ask him, hey, is it...
And being economical with words, leaving the "is it" out.
Well, yes, he wouldn't be Gromnar.
They
What's-
just-
It doesn't matter. We're gonna get tons of experience.
Brian Druid, at time make sleep? Okay. I'm not gonna
Yeah.
forget that for a while.
Got it, yeah.
It's cute though. It really is cute. And besides, because you had this misunderstanding, we get to go around and see what's in
The justice happened since we killed the vampire.
And besides, I think it was going to come out and attack you guys anyway.
Oh,
so.
it probably was.
Yeah.
It would have been pretty nasty if that poison cloud would have hit us straight up.
I don't think it was a poison cloud. I think it was traveling
whatever.
in its gas form.
Oh, maybe, yeah.
But, you know, the way Josh described it, it was, you know, it was perfect to assume that it was,
Yep.
you know, like cloud kill or something like.
Something really bad.
Do you guys try not to bring up player knowledge at all?
Sometimes it's hard to avoid that one, but there's... like, for example, I didn't know what this was off the bat. I was calling it a dragon when I saw it in the air.
Okay.
With multiple heads. And then somebody, hey, it's Hydra.
Like, we as players, we know a whole lot about the game, but we do try to portray with our characters things that they know and.
Yeah, I meant not during role-playing, but, well, just casually talking.
Oh, casual talk. We talk about everything.
Oh, yeah.
Well, he doesn't like for us to tell each other like our alignments and stuff like
Yeah,
that.
no
Oh,
stuff.
no.
Yeah.
I'm
But
more...
some of those are pretty self-explanatory as well. You figure it out very quickly.
I'm more commenting on the fact that we can't kill a vampire with damage.
Right. Like things like that, your character would learn over time. Like, for example, your character at level 1 probably wouldn't know that.
No,
But
yeah,
you
I
as a
know my,
player-
So
I
we
know my
have some
character doesn't
quite
know that.
learned people in here, so they would know.
You may not have caught it, but in the combat just now, Asher, one of my main character, had just arrived, and she hasn't really fought a vampires. But Karen Glor, one of my henchmen, had been fighting a vampire and observed that weapons didn't work, so he was able to tell her. So we can communicate things as if, you know, in the normal course of dialogue. Like, you can tell people things if it comes up. But yeah, we don't.
Yeah, I mean, I understand the difference in character and player knowledge. I was just dreading what's gonna happen next, I guess.
It all depends on the clerics in the party and whether they have experience or make checks to figure out that this thing's not real.
Yeah.
Like,
Then
we
what's
all
not
as
real?
players know that it's going to go to its coffin and regenerate, but, you know, our characters, some of the clerics may know about that, but, you know,
Yeah, the interesting question is what knowledge would it be? Would it be religion, or would it be healing, or what?
Yeah.
Okay. All right, I'm back.
Can anybody hear me?
Yeah, I hear you.
Yeah.
Yep.
You guys hear me?
Okay. Yeah. The reason I'm asking is because Discord said we can't hear you, and I'm like, yes, I can. Damn it.
Hmm.
But there it went away. So okay.
Okay, so Western vampires are worth 8,000 experience points. They have 9 hit dice. And Baron's group is not here today, so you guys are about to get a bunch of XP.
Hell
Okay,
yeah.
So 1 Western vampire.
this might just put Ramnar at level 8 at the end of the session.
Oh, snap.
Player characters 1, 2, 3, 4,
Should be leveling
5.
Jan at least on the priest level.
NPCs are in XP 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
And Seymour, of course, is
7.
between me and the key and the computer, so I can't see shit. Hello. Come over here. Come over here. Good boy.
You defeated
We had a bunch of rain last
creature.
night. It's tower.
9 hit dice. Warriors and bards in the party. 1, 2, 3. Wait. Illuvia. Okay, yeah. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5. Pretty sure. Not gonna make a huge difference anyways. Because it should be just 1 hit die. Yep. Okay. So to read this, Cirrus,
Yep.
you are a PC with 1 class.
Yep.
Okay. So what you do is double click on that 888, right click to copy it, or you can Control C to copy it, and then you go over to your character token and select your character token. Hold the shift key and double click on it to open up your character sheet. And then click on the character sheet tab and scroll down to where it says, experience portion of your sheet. And then right after 200 times 0, you put plus, and then Control V to paste in the 888.
Okay.
So go ahead and do that and hit enter for some reason. Okay, there you go.
We show him that for his on-time bonus as well.
Yeah. That
Okay.
was that was 282 as well. So put another plus 282. Yeah, sorry about that. I didn't show you that. So you're currently at 1198 out of 2,500.
And the Hydra?
And
Yeah, Hydra is
The
next.
Hydra. Okay.
I've done nothing.
Always the way, the real way. That's the
that's-
way you get experience.
That's to be expected. Most of the time, people do nothing and they get experience points. It's what is imperceptible that they actually do. Like, you might have prevented another encounter from happening by bringing up rear security. You might have seen something or heard something that someone else didn't notice, and gained, experience points for it. All right. So, Hydras with 17 heads, aka 17 hit dice. Let's see. Just a little bit of lag here. Okay. Come on.
Over here, baby.
Come on.
Here.
Alright, so there must be something open that doesn't need to be. Avast is open.
Elmar, how's your husband liking his new job?
He likes it a lot. It's only a temp job, but but he's been there for 2 weeks, and the person's like, "You need to apply. You need to click on this link and apply for the permanent job." And he was
Awesome.
like, "Oh, is there a permanent job? Yes, I want it." He should, because he was telling me, he said that there are 5 people and one of them normally works with him in the same room, but he wanted to go sit with a friend of his who was in the other room, so they switched. And he and his new partner had 72 more computers finished than the other guy did.
Wow.
And so the lady said, I don't think we're going to do that again. No friends are going to settle together in their things, yeah. And that's with having some trouble with the computers, too, so. And they didn't have any trouble.
Okay.
Really, this is beneath him, but he loves it anyway.
There we go. Monster XP values. All right. So 13 hit dice is 3,000. So with every hit die beyond 13, it's plus 1,000 per additional hit die over 13. So that would be 4,000 more. So that's another 7,000 experience points.
Take it.
Okay, 17.
Not having to share with Farron.
So 7.
That's gonna be 6 years before he levels up anyway.
It's about that, yeah.
5 player characters. 1, 2, 3, 4.
I don't think it should be that long before I level up as Thief. Maybe 6 months or 6 to 6 months or a year.
I've learned the pleasant lesson that leveling up as a thief is pretty quick.
Pretty quick, yeah. It's just that last time he didn't have any gold he could add or anything because of the he got those books, and when everybody else got all kinds of gold.
That's true.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, you get 1 experience from every gold, right? That you get.
Bards
2.
do. Bards do.
2.
Thieves get 2.
Holy crap.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Me
so,
too.
Cirrus, here's another additional 776 experience.
Yep.
Okay. Now, all the rest of the stuff on here, where it says NPCs with 1 class, 2 class, 3 classes, that's if you ever were to get a henchman, their XP would come out of the NPC section. Okay. And obviously 1 class, 2 class, 3 classes, that means multi-class.
Yeah.
So characters that are more than 1 class at the same time. The ranger part is so if there was a ranger that actually had racial hatred against hydras, they would
I've played a ranger back in the day.
Yeah, they would gain 60 points per their ranger level, so a 10th level ranger would have gotten 600 points from that actually had, racial hatred against hydras. But if he didn't have racial hatred against hydras, he would get half as much, so 300. And then bards get half of that. So that's what that means. You actually, as a bard or a warrior, you actually get extra experience points when you actually kill monsters versus defeating them in other ways. So defeating them is kind of ambiguous. It's kind of chosen by the DM how you defeat a monster, but killing them is, one way to defeat monsters, and warriors and bards get extra points for actually doing that. All right. So we're in exploration phase. Walt is dying right now.
Yeah.
So I'm gonna put, let's see, Walt HP -1 add. So he's currently at 0. Once he reaches -10, he will die. Let's see, Boogie Will is a henchman. So I guess first
Commodore,
up,
did you see that? I think you get the 30 times 7, not because you don't have racial hatred. Versus
Oh, whoops.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah. But still, you're gonna level. So
Okay.
Don't worry about it.
So, first up for exploration phase is Brain Druid.
Well, I'll continue and land over top here to see what's going on in here, because I haven't seen the vampire die yet because it was out of my line of sight. And he's seeing vampire on the down.
Okay.
Oh, you got him.
Just when you say that, the vampire, his body, turns to green gas again.
Green gas. I need to keep an eye on that thing sprained in there. Is everybody okay?
Well, not Walt.
And is Mad Moen and the dog still aggressive towards us, by the way?
Say again?
Look, so. Is Mad Moen and the dog still aggressive towards us?
No. Mad Moen
Okay.
and the dog seem to be shaking their head
Yeah.
as though they had snapped out of something.
Jan yells something to Brainderid when he sees Brainderid. Brainderid, tell your friends not to sick the dog on me. And he's a little bit like, keep it out of the way, like hands in front of him. But that's all Brainderid's turn, but gonna be looking at if that cloud starts moving, following him, but that's probably next round, I guess.
Okay.
So we actually kill it.
Okay, next up is Asher.
So Asher looks at Mad Mo and is like, "Bitch, what you doing?"
He goes. You hear that come from beneath his great helmet? And it's kind of like an echoey, tinny kind of sound. Like, kind of robotic, like, man, I don't know what came over me. I saw his eyes, and they got real big, like dinner plates. And then they came at me, and all I could see was his eyes. And his eyes just, they got into my mind. They got into my head. And then all I could see was his eyes. They were just everywhere. Just two great eyes staring at me. And that's all I remember. What happened?
All right. Do me a favor. Try not to fall in love on the goddamn battlefield. So, Jim.
I don't know what you
Sorry,
mean.
go ahead.
I don't know what you mean.
You're just it's talking about his eyes. Just calm down, man. Just calm down. Just gonna walk over to Walthin and really stay away from this cloud.
I guess it would sound more like this, actually. Sorry. I don't know what you mean.
That's fine. That's fine.
Yeah, it was weird. Just really weird.
I know, man. She kind of passes shoulder. And so Jim is going to cast healing.
And remember, it's any cure spell brings him to 1 hit
Yes.
point. So
Yeah, so he's gonna choose the wrong one? Cure light wounds. There it is.
All right, so Jim gets 100 points for casting that spell. Priests get more XP for casting spells than wizards do because they have fewer spell levels than wizards do. When you get to high level. And they can't memorize as many spells too. Okay. Walt comes up to 1 hit point. Shannon.
Yep, already done.
And he gets the injured status rather than hovering on death's door.
Okay.
So take that off and put that on.
Oh, there it is, yeah.
Okay. So for 24 hours, he is going to be stuck in that status. So we'll put, just so we remember what time that was, we can put a 6 on there because it's basically still 6 o'clock. So 6 p.m. tomorrow, he'll be able to take more healing. And he'll snap out of his, automatically fail all saving throws and, you know, can only carry on with disjointed conversations and whatnot.
So Walt looks up at Jim and says, Jim, oh, hang on, I need my...
Jim, did I just touch him?
Hey, I got
Asher says to Karen, yeah. Asher says to Karen Glor, can you please help the blue thing onto Grumpy? and Karen Glor says, yes, my lady. And he walks over. So he's taken 5 movement, and he's going to put an arm under Walthid, and whenever it's his turn, I guess we're moving it at a 1, but whenever it's his turn, Karen Glor is going to take 1 more of his movement.
Okay. Anything else from Asher and company?
Asher looks over at the cloud and says, this looks like a problem. Didn't the vampire at Rommel's Castle Ruins do something like this?
Well, yes, he did. Like, what we have to do now, we have to find his original coffin, and then we have to, kill him there, and then he can't.
Let's just follow his gas. Says Braintree from above.
And then Asher's face lights up, and she says, "That coffin had all kinds of gold in it. I wonder if his does too."
And Josie goes.
Braintree smiles.
Josie goes, hell yeah, I wanna go. Yeah. So I'm gonna follow him. I'm gonna get right next to him and go right where he goes. Oh yes.
There from Asher.
Okay. Next up is Gromnar and company.
Well, the Hydra's dead. Are there any doors in this courtyard that he can see?
Yes. You see a door here, and a window here and here. Oh, and of course windows here, here, and here.
Well, realistically, the direction he's facing, this would be the first door that he sees.
Okay.
Okay.
As
He's
you
gonna go knock on.
As you pass by the windows, you can kind of see in. And this is like a kitchen area. So as you see into this window, and then this area is like sort of like a bar. And then this area seems to be like a banquet area. And as you approached, you could see that there was a door in the back corner of the room over here, next to some cabinets, like dish cabinets with plates and flatware, whatnot. And there is no answer at the door.
And he'll do the Gromnar knock then, the kind of hammer fist on it, and he'll call out, "You open door, Gromnar killed dragon and now hungry."
That's awesome.
Give me let's see. 1 second. So you're gonna do the Gromnar hammer fist. Why don't you give me an open doors check? 1 second, hold on, I need to give you the open doors stat. Okay. There you go.
And I assume that would be under ability check.
Yes. Yeah, it is linked directly to your strength.
Well, he didn't batter it down, but it's still shaky for an ogre fist.
Yeah. And you knock on it real loud with your hammer fist, bam, and nobody answers. It looks like there's no lock on this door. It's just a doorknob.
This round he's being polite Gromnar. So that'll be it for this round.
Okay. All right. So end of round. I don't think anyone had any end of round stuff. Time now is 6:12 p.m. The red dots are about to disappear in a couple of minutes. Okay, first up is Cirrus. And company. So that's your dog. Cirrus, are you there?
Yep.
Okay.
I'm just gonna take a few steps back and motion for my dog to come over to me.
He goes woof 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 and comes over to you with his tail wagging.
I haven't used a spell for such a long time. What was it on initiative list?
Anything else from Cirrus and Company?
No, not at the moment.
Okay. Everyone sees this this new, person with a dog that comes barking up to him. Looks like the dog is like a wild African dog. It has a gold coat with black spots and white flecks on it, and the tips of its ears are white, and its ears are saucer-like, just big, round, radar dish ears. It kind of looks like this here. Just big old ears on him. His coloring is beautiful. Gold, black, and white. And this young man appears to be a short-robed young man that looks somewhat effeminate. He has one leather pauldron on his left shoulder, and seems to have like melted candle wax on it, or like bird shit or something. You can't really tell at the distance you're at. And it's kind of all over his left shoulder. He's got dark brown hair and gray eyes, and he seems to be wearing a lot of green and earth tones. He's approximately, what, 18 years old, I think?
Around that.
19, sorry. Okay. Let's see. The worm is going to move into the courtyard. And it sort of bunches up into square, kind of denoting it's going to pop up to the surface, and a mouth appears inside the courtyard. A bunch of the rocks or the cobblestones in the courtyard are disturbed, and this purple worm mouth spits out on Sunzer. Let's see, choose side. And on is right here. So behind you, Gromnar, On emerges from a big mouth in the ground. Hey, next up is Calamar and company.
Calamar immediately says, "Trana, Trana," and she pops into visibility. Choose side. Which one is she?
So she emerges from the shadows.
I don't remember. There she is. And he runs over to her, and he caresses her cheek. She caresses his cheek, and reunited. And then he turns and he walks over.
And it feels so good.
Okay. He says, and he sees the other guy, and he starts walking over. Like, "Hi, you okay? That thing didn't get you, right?" And she looks him over and says, "Oh, yeah, no, it didn't get you. Hi, I'm Calamar," and he sticks out his right hand.
So Cirrus, this short dark elf that was invisible before, walks up to you and tries to shake your hand. He has black skin and white hair, being that he's a drow, and wears black clothing, and he's carrying a short bow and 3 long swords. He sort of looks like that. Kind of like shy-eye emo haircut.
Since I know who I'm looking for, would I know their names or no?
You would know who Calamar is because Calamar has sort of distinguished himself as a famous person. So yeah.
Wow, I'm feeling so good. Okay.
I reach out my hand and say, "You must be Calamar. I'm Ceres. Adolf Gall sent me to find you and the superstars."
Adolf! Oh my goodness! How's Adolf? And at the same time you let go of his hand, he reaches down. He gets down.
Jan says something as well. Is he still as impatient as before?
He just kind of popped up in a dream, told me to meet you, and that's about it.
Now, as you see Calamar is down. Like he kneels and he started to play with the dog. It's like going, oh, goody, and he jumps and he really likes the pets and he likes the scritches on the ear and all this stuff. Like, so he told you to find us. What did he say, huh?
That's all about.
Oh, well, welcome. Now,
The
if
dog
you say
wags his tail.
Oh, see, if you said the dog reacted badly, I was going to say, you need to do again.
Dog
And he's
wags his
scratching
tail
him
and he sticks his tongue out and he's sort of panting.
And he says, "Oh, well, welcome to the Superstars. Okay, I'm sorry that you caught us when you did. We had a really nasty battle and everything, but this is," and he reaches out for his hand and she walks up. And there's another drow who he says, "This is my Tirana." And she says, "Nice to meet you." Well, she says,
Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you too, Travana.
And she is a drow as well. I think she might be slightly taller than Calamar, standing at 4'9". She is.
he's actually 5 feet, so yeah.
Okay, so she's about 3 inches shorter. She's done up in makeup and perfume. She is a run-of-the-mill as female drow go. She seems to prefer traditional roguish weapons, as she carries a long sword and a short bow, as well as a backpack and traditional sashling, which is an elvish sash that has pockets in it.
Okay.
And there's Olivia. Say hi, Olivia. Hi. And Olivia says,
Hello.
and there's my friend Boogie Wells. He's the bugbear. Say hi.
Hi, how you doing? Yeah, can I go inside now and... Wait, no, I helped carry Walt, and he walked over to Walt and helped.
To get him up. And he says, and there's Jesse around here somewhere. Who knows? But yeah, if you're a friend of Adolf's for sure, then you're a friend of ours. So yeah, you're in our group automatically, right? Yeah.
So that was Tirana. Illuvio is a muscular and comely elven woodsman clad in the gear of a ranger. His composite longbow shows evidence of much use. He seems quiet and easygoing, and he looks like this. And then Boogie Will. I have lost track of Boogie Will's token.
He is standing right on top of Walt. I was gonna pick him up and carry him. Here, there he is.
Okay. So Boogie Will is a bugbear. He seems to be a run-of-the-mill bugbear with a spear, hammer, and mace. Also, he's carrying this beautifully crafted mithril silver morning star that has long mithril silver spikes coming out of it. Essentially like a footman's mace, but with spikes. And
Okay.
It's beautifully crafted, and it has basically horrifying looking demon faces all over it, and the horns of the demons are the spikes sticking out of it.
Okay.
He loves that thing. And Calamar also says, and there's there are too many to introduce, but you can get a chance later. Just go ahead and say hi. But and Jesse, who knows where Jesse? She says, she flies over, and she said,
I'm not here to tell my dad.
So this is Boogie Will. Jesse, you don't see her, but you do hear her squawky voice.
Oh. Greetings. I kind of look around in the air.
no, that she does not appear. It's tough stuff. You can't see him. You can't see her.
Yeah, I know. I mean, I look into space.
Yeah.
And she's already planning how she play tricks on you to introduce you to the party. So yeah. You go around and meet everybody else. But yeah, this is us. That's all of us. And what Boogie Will's gonna do is Boogie Will's gonna pick up Walt because we figure he's very small. Over here, and by the campfire, and put him down.
Okay.
And Olivia will go into the building and try to see what's going on. Oh, and he sees Gromnar, so he's gonna go over there. But she's, yeah, that's me.
It's nice to meet all of you after hearing about you from Adolf Gall.
I can't believe that Adolf knows me. Is that amazing or what? I'm like famous.
You saved his life.
I was so important and so big, and he was somebody, and I was so small. But apparently, I've gained some respect. After Mom and everything, I should have some respect. But so yeah.
Okay.
But yeah, that's all she wrote.
So Calamar and everyone in view of the gaseous cloud, you see it sort of slip between the cracks of the front door.
Good time, guys.
Okay, so it slips between the cracks. And then inside the courtyard, Gromnar and Illuvio, you guys can see this green cloud.
Probably brain read as well, because I can just turn my head.
Yeah, brain
I was
grid.
following where it was going.
Okay. You can see this green cloud slip right underneath the door that Gromnar is standing in front of. Okay.
Fun, wow.
Oh, that would be a vampire that we just killed. He's going to go back and get in his coffin. We're going to have to go kill him. You can stay here. Why don't you, meet all my people and everything? Yeah, say hi.
And you can see its path there. Okay. Yeah. See see, from just acted. Okay, I'm gonna take the Walt HP counter thing off. Alright. So Mad Moen kind of shakes himself out of that charm and kind of walks over to the opening in the door. Wait, I need to turn on his sight. There we go. Yeah, he walks over to that opening in the door. Goes through. Comes over to this door that Gromnar is standing in front of. And he actually just turns the handle. And yeah, the door opens up. And Gromnar, inside you can see just what you saw through the window that I described. A dining room, pretty much, like a banquet hall. There are places set, but there's no food on the table.
Mo and Gromnar saw kitchen and green smoke go through.
He says, from behind you hear that that sort of deep rumbling voice from within his helmet say,
You saw him go where? Or it, or whatever, the gas, the green fire.
Gromnar saw green smoke go through door. You'll just.
Oh. It's inside there? Well, I'm glad
I don't
you're
know.
here.
Door was closed, but green smoke go through door.
Maybe I should start psyching myself up. I think I will.
and he starts singing a really violent song about cutting people's heads off and splitting their bodies down the middle with an axe and shit like that. And at the top of his lungs. So it's kind of disturbingly loud, like oh yeah, okay. Yeah, disturbingly loud, like it might attract attention. Let's see.
When do you need to talk? I'm always here to talk.
On a side note, I used to write chat emotes for my battle ragers. Their battle songs. I came up with some pretty violent shit, let me tell you.
Yeah. Yeah, this guy is the human equivalent of a battle rager, so he has to sing for twice as long as battle rangers do. He's a berserker. Alright, is everybody on the turn order tracker right now? I didn't skip over anyone, did I?
I believe we all are, just with the content.
Alright, so... Or is Brian Druid on there twice?
Oh, sorry, I thought a new initiative was needed at one point, so you can remove anything that is too high. That's too high. Just skip me on there. I'll go with my next initiative.
You have 2 initiatives on there?
Yeah, I guess so. Let me see. No, actually, I don't.
Yeah, I don't think you do. Okay.
Single one. Yeah.
So next up is Brian Druid. That was weird.
Well, I'm gonna go after. Yeah, I'm gonna go after the smoke. But actually, before that, since people are already closer to that door, I'm asking, what do we know of vampires? Looking at everybody. He is not familiar with.
Olivia says, well, you
Not
find
dead.
their body. What?
It's not dead, since it's still moving.
No, well, you killed its body. you see, but it returns to its place of rest. It's typically a coffin to be reconstituted and be able to come back out later.
The coffin might be in here because when I was flying around, I didn't see any location where at normal speed this party would have been able to get as the big dragon-like creature didn't actually seem to be flying. Therefore, its coffin must be here. Reason
that
for
makes sense
rendering.
to me,
Yep.
because that is the direction that his cloud form did fly. So,
Exactly.
yeah, exactly. So we have to find him and then destroy him in cloud form.
How do you kill a vampire in a cloud? Or will you wait until it gets back to its coffin? Why does it go back to its coffin?
Yeah, I don't remember, but I'll fake it. Well, he goes back to his coffin, and then I think don't you have to drive a stake in his heart? Well,
Why are we putting meat into his heart?
I mean a piece of wood.
Wooden stake. Okay, got it.
You get 500 XP for a dad joke. Okay, anything else from Brian Jared and company?
That's
Okay,
that's it. It was a question time.
Don't forget you have Dion as well.
Oh yeah, Dion. Being a healer, he's gonna go take a look at him and find out what's can he do anything. But of course he can't.
Oh, and
He's still
Walt?
gonna take a look. Yeah.
To Walt?
Sorry,
yeah,
Walt.
you could. Excuse me, I just had to.
I believe that's the dead door guy.
Yeah, you find that Walt has injured status, which requires a heal spell to do anything.
Oh, okay. He's not strong enough to do that yet. He hasn't prayed enough.
Yeah.
I believe only I am not strong enough to be able to remove this bad condition. Oh, is that way?
Yeah.
How did you get that far suddenly? Okay.
Somebody carried him essentially.
Oh, okay,
Boogie Will's pretty strong.
Okay, but it's I don't think I have anything that will be able to help on this one. My faith is not strong enough yet to request God for a heal. I mean heal.
Cirrus, you notice an effect around Boogie Will's skin that seems somewhat magical. You can roll a spellcraft if you wish to figure out what it is.
Okay.
Calamar got it too.
Yeah, and Calamar skin as well.
Alright, that's Jan's turn.
Okay, next up is Asher and Company.
So they are going to, since Boogie Will took Walt, they're gonna follow Asher, and they're all gonna follow this cloud.
Do I do one roll for each, or?
Nope, just one. That's what you determine. Okay. There's a big dead Hydra inside, and you sort of walk all over its body. It's pretty squishy, and it's got a lot of meat. This is a great source of protein. It's a very, very meaty monster. Lots of food there.
Asher kind of whistles, and they step away from the Hydra.
You are pretty hungry too. Everyone's basically tired and hungry. You're all ready for dinner, and you know, a nightcap and a nice warm pillow, you know, maybe second breakfast and some nice crispy bacon. Oops, my tomatoes burst.
Alright. So, Asher says, once we take care of this vampire, maybe we should have some Hydra for dinner. And Caragor nods, and Jim, like, retches.
On says, that is the best idea I have heard today. Okay,
Yeah.
Anything else from Asher and company?
That's it.
Alright, next is Gromnar and company. You do have a doggy.
Well, Gromnar himself don't really know much about vampires, so he don't know that he can't hurt it or anything. He don't know how to kill it, but he does know that he can eat, and he saw a kitchen.
Yes.
And he's going to if there's any food laying around anywhere in here.
Okay, you get into the kitchen, and there are foods. It looks like remnants of some kind of humanoid creature. There are femurs on the butcher's block there next to the stove, and they're kind of long, like about 2 feet long. Femurs.
Just bones?
Yeah, a little bit of a blood stain, and that's about it. There are spice racks with some common spices on them, like pepper and garlic powder, and things like that you could find in a temperate, deserty area. I think garlic
would
and
would they really have garlic?
yes, they would. In the kitchen, I think they would, yeah. Despite there being a vampire in charge.
So, you know, I have to be true to Gromnar. He's gonna pick up one of the bones. He's gonna slobber on the end of it a little bit, grab the nearest spice bottle, sprinkle some on, and start gnawing on the bone.
Okay. It tastes familiar.
And while he does that, let the butt sniffing commence. Asher too will approach the.
All right. So yeah, the two dogs sniff each other's crotches and butts. And let's see how well they like each other.
Oh, please let them like each other.
I mean, I want to say that she would have stayed on guard duty, but you know, it was charmed. It has not been given a command since the charm was. So it's dog time, not war dog time.
Okay. There's a little bit of a grrr from both of them.
Aww.
Just not like any nips or anything. Just like a grrr, grrr. Woof.
It is very obvious both of them want to be number 2.
Well, Gromnar's gnawing on a bone, butt sniffing's going on. That'll be the end of his turn.
Okay. Yeah, the bones taste kind of familiar, like this one time when you were in that jail in Gronar, and your mom managed to get her hands on one of the other prisoners, a human prisoner, and she ripped off one of his arms and gave it to you, and you kind of nod on one of the bones a little bit. Kind of tastes like that when you were really, really little.
I totally thought you were gonna pull out this one time at Bang.
But the marrow tastes like human marrow. Yeah. Oh yeah.
Good memory.
Okay. So On is going to come over to the Hydra and cut off a bit of neck section and bring it into the kitchen area where you're at, Gromnar. And he's going to go, oh, excuse me, I am going to cook this Hydra neck. Have you ever had Hydra neck?
Gromnar not eat dragon, but here you want bone? It tastes good.
That looks like a human femur. I think I'll pass. I'm sure it is delicious. Now, if you excuse me, I need to cut this up into pieces. And let's get the frying pan. And he just goes off and he gets like some butter. And he butters a frying pan. And he lights the stove, throws some wood in, a couple of coals, lights the stove. And it starts getting a little smoky. And starts cutting up the chunk of like Hydra neck. Next up is Cirrus and company.
So I can see that Orog, right? That's standing there.
Yep. He's actually kneeling, and it looks like there is a puddle of urine underneath him, and he seems to be whimpering and crying.
Do I know what Orog is?
You can tell from the look of it that it is a crossbreed of an orc and an ogre.
Okay.
So statistically speaking, it is a half ogre. But aesthetically, it's half orc and half ogre.
I'm going to walk over towards the courtyard with Cricket in tow.
Okay. He seems to be whimpering as you pass and shaking. And the whimpering seems to intensify as you get closer. Wow. Hey, everyone, say hello to Low 505, Mega Cat, and Excel 809 in chat.
Guys.
Hello.
Hi, guys.
Hello, welcome back.
How far can I move in exploration phase?
Exploration phase, you can move twice the number in your blue circle without jogging, and then you can double that by jogging. So 4 times that number when you jog. So quite a bit. And you can still perform a standard action like skill check or proficiency check or cast, or no, sorry, not cast a spell, but use an innate spell-like ability if you have them. Innate spells are spells that creatures have without them being attached to spell slots. They just cast them naturally. Okay, so inside the courtyard, you can see a stable containing 3 camels. There is a cart, several crates, and some bales of hay inside the stable. Also, there is a palm tree and several
dead
desert, dead hydra with part of its neck chopped off. All of its heads are, lopped off or knocked off. And there are several desert plants.
And everything is
coated
pretty much with blood, considering those necks were probably sprouting quite a lot of it.
Yeah. There's also some jars outside the kitchen area. Seem to hold water or something from a well nearby.
Okay, that's it for my turn.
Okay. Calamar and Company.
So what Boogie Will is going to do now that he's dropped Walt off at the campfire is he's going to look around for like a wooden piece that, something that would have been, and he's going to go inside. Beside everybody else, and Jesse's going to go too.
Okay, so you effectively have a torch, is what you're saying?
He's got a piece of wood in case we need to. He heard Olivia say that we need to drive a stake in his heart.
Oh,
He
okay.
doesn't
It's
know.
not on fire. Gotcha.
Yeah. And
Okay.
he goes in and he says,
Well, I got steak. So is this good enough, Olivia? Is this good? And Olivia goes,
Well, I don't know, but we'll find out, won't we? Yes, why don't we? And they prepare to go in.
Calamar, on the other hand, goes up and right in front of the Orog and starts to speak to him in the correct language, and he says, Hi there. No one is going to hurt you now. No one. I promise. And he waits for a reply.
Don't kill me.
We're not going to hurt you.
Don't stab me, no.
No, we won't stab you. We won't hurt you. We won't crush you. We won't bite you. We will not hurt you anymore. No, we won't.
Oh, okay. Don't.
Yeah, you
don't
can.
kill me.
You can be here. You can be here.
Okay.
He'll. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Stand up.
Could I have some
Stand up.
water?
Of course. And he reaches over to draw out his water skin and pulls it out. Hands it over to him.
Thank you.
Stand up tall. Stand up.
Glow. He's about 7 feet tall. He's about 7
What's
feet tall. when he-
your name? What's your name?
My name's Aldrich.
Nice to meet you. My name is Calamar. I'm sorry about the fighting. But since you don't want us to kill you, we won't kill you. And yeah, you're fine. Why don't you go over by the fire, or you can go inside. We can get something to eat. I think there's.
But don't burn me. Don't burn me. Don't burn me.
We
no.
will not burn you. No, not burn you. We will not burn you. We will not bite you. We will not do anything that will ever cause you pain as long as you don't try to cause us pain. Is that a deal?
You mean if I go by the fire, you won't burn me?
No.
Okay.
Okay.
I'll go by the fire.
Yeah. Yeah. And when we get some food, we'll bring you some, okay?
Okay.
Okay.
I'm hungry.
You know what? We're all hungry. We're so grumpy right now, but don't worry. We won't hurt you. There's nothing that we'll do to hurt you as long as you don't try to hurt us, okay?
Oh, okay. Okay, I won't hurt you.
Okay. Woo. And then he goes inside.
Okay.
And
Okay.
goes and joins the rest of his group. And that's our move. I'm gonna go do a thing. I'll come back, but I have to go away for a little bit, so I'll be back in a bit.
All right.
But there's my action.
Next up is. Let's see. Something happening inside. All right. Stays where he is. Moen's song progresses to 1 round. Moen steps into the building and he starts taking a look around the bar while he's singing his song, and he's gonna go behind the bar and see what kind of liquor they have. Find some kind of like jar with something in it, sets it down on the bar, and starts drinking it. Let's see, jar, and I don't want a portrait of a jar. Come on, let me change it. Wow. Just wow. Okay. So yeah, he pulls out a jar of something and sets it on the top of the bar and starts drinking it. Okay, next up is Brian Jarrett. Sorry.
All right. Well, time to follow. Glide down. I believe it's this door, right? I get down, but I don't have time to go through. It will take some time here.
Yep, there's a door there.
Yeah. I just rejoin the group basically there. For that. Do we have stakes? Or shall I just bite a couple of stakes out of the tree?
Looks like Illuvio is holding some kind of like burnt piece of wood that's kind of sharp on one end.
I guess that will do. Meanwhile, with Jan, he's thinking anybody who's nearby there, which is not that many people. He's starting to hum something. Anybody nearby can hear it. It's a song. It goes something along the line. I can't.
You can actually
sing
hear a song coming out from inside. Sounds like Moen's voice is singing it, real loud too. It's a really violent song about cutting people's heads off and slicing them in half with.
His song is a little bit different, much more quiet. It's on the rhyme of "I Need a Hero." And it goes on. Where something online. Where have all the good healers gone, and where are all the priests? Where are all the group-wide heals to counter AoEs? Is there a holy priest upon shiny steed? At the right time I toss and turn and dream of what I need. I need a healer. I'm holding out for a healer till the end of the quest. They gotta be skilled, they gotta be calm, and they gotta be second to none. I need a healer. I'm holding out for a healer till the end of the quest. They gotta be geared, they gotta be buffed, and they gotta stay joined till we're done. Joined till we're done. Somewhere in the dungeon, in my darkest fantasy, someone just pulled all the mobs and let them onto me, breaking all our traps and disrupting all the sheep. It's gonna take a holy priest to top of us. I need a healer. I'm holding out for a healer till the end of the night. And so on.
That's awesome.
So the song that Mad Moen is singing, it sounds like a heavy metal song, and it goes like this. My love for you is like a truck, berserker! Would you like some making fuck, berserker? My love for you is like a rock, berserker! And then it goes into a chorus. The berserker is just so obscene, like evil people, you know what I mean. He takes your soul and then rips you apart. He'll steal your heart. And it's just all about like fighting and fucking and tearing people apart and cutting their heads off and ripping them in half, and it's pretty nasty. But it's kind of like echoing from inside of his helmet, right? So, anything else from
made this session?
Anything else from Brian Druid and Company?
That's done.
All right. Asher and Company.
Are going to continue following out. Past Moen, Asher claps.
Some serious metal coming out of his helmet there. And then around the corner you can smell the smoke of an oven or stove, that is.
Asher licks her lips, but looks around to see if there's a door that the vampire might have come through, or if she's taken a wrong turn.
There is a door here.
Okay.
At that end of the room. Looks like it's shut. And from there you can discern that it has no lock on it. It's just a doorknob.
But she's out of movement anyway, so this seems like a good time to pause and wait for the next turn to check for traps.
Okay. Checking for traps is actually a standard action that you can do at the end of a move.
Oh, that's right.
You can start
yeah,
the
let's do
process
that.
now. Yeah.
I'm gonna do that then.
And I will roll that for you, because I'm supposed to be the only one who knows the result. Checks. Skill. And find remove traps. And for those of you who don't know, find remove traps and picking locks takes 1d10 rounds. So Asher, go ahead and give yourself a magnifying glass. Token marker. Find traps.
Move my token so I can see the rest of the stuff. I'll put her right back.
Oh wait, we wanted +1. There we go. So it's going to take about 8 rounds. Okay, anything else from Asher and Company?
That'll be it.
And for those of you who don't know, when you search for traps, you only get experience points if you successfully find one. So, whether or not there's a trap there and you fail, you know, you obviously don't get XP for that. And if you pass, but there's no trap, then you don't get XP for that. So you have to pass, and there has to be a trap there for you to get the XP. Okay. Next up is Gromnar and Company. Paul.
So he comes around the corner and, you know, he's gnawing away on the bone and... Oh, Arthur, got that green smoke come through here. You might be careful.
Karen Glor looks over at Gromnar and says, "My lady, I'm sure sends her love, but she is concentrating at the moment."
Does Karen Glor have the healing proficiency? Or Jim? Sorry, Jim. Not Karen Glor.
And he'll pull the bone out of his mouth and say, No, Gromnar say the green smoke come in here somewhere and she may be careful.
Ah, thank you. We are tracking that villain.
It not back there, but they're yummy bones if you're hungry.
Where did it go?
Gromnar not know. Door was closed. It go through that door there that opened now, and Gromnar not know because door was closed, and then Mullen opened door.
Which door did he open?
That one there, and he points at the door that we've all come.
Got it. Thank you, Gromnar. We shall continue tracking this villain.
And I really can't think of anything else that Gromnar would do at this moment.
Asher, Jim looks over at you and says, Asher, Gromnar is eating a human femur.
Asher kind of nods and absentmindedly says, that.
And he'll kind of look down at Jim and say, there are more if you hungry.
Gromnar, this is, eating human is not something we really do. Or, I guess, eating human that looks like me. But maybe it attacked you, but for just innocent people, it's really... Ugh.
This
Can't really find the words.
It's not a. This bone that Gromnar find back there on.
Yes. It would seem that this is the lair of evil creatures, and doesn't it stand to reason that what evil creatures might eat, you should not eat?
But Gromnar, remember when in Cage that Gromnar, lady that take care of Gromnar, mother, she give Gromnar and she not.
We are entering some morally gray territory. That was an instance of desperation. You were doing what you had to survive. No shame in that. But now, you're grown, you're independent, you can make your own mind.
Well,
behind the door on the other side, Braindery mother. Sometimes you just want to bite and you end up swallowing.
well,
It's true. It is so true. That's how you end up with drow swallowing 3 drow. Very full.
If Gromnar understand Jim, if human look like you, it bad eat. But if human look like Calamar, it okay eat. And if Gromnar kill human that look like you and eat you, that bad. But Gromnar no kill this one. Gromnar just find bone on table, so it's okay.
Maybe. It's hard to say. That person probably has a family, and they didn't do anything to be denied an honest burial by their family. So perhaps we're not treating them with the respect that they deserved in life.
But they not alive no more. They dead, and dead things is food.
All dead things. You wouldn't eat something that was poisoned. And this, it's like a poison for your soul.
I neglected to mention that this palm tree outside is on fire.
By the way, Asher, that was a great way to put it. I love
it.
Hell yes.
Okay. Next up is... Oh yeah, time now, 6:14 p.m. January 15th, and first up, On is still cooking, Saris. And company.
I'm gonna... Can I see that window that's kind of straight ahead of me?
Yes.
I'm gonna make my way over there.
Okay. This one here, the one that's facing. Is that the one you're talking about? Mic check. Can you guys hear me?
Yep.
Okay.
Can hear ya.
This one? The one diagonal from it, with the 2 plants on the
This one.
side.
Okay. Yeah. You can definitely make it there. Did you want to look in the window?
Yeah.
All right.
For some reason, my mouse controls when I move my character are inverted.
Inverted? What do you mean?
I think I had that once, and I don't remember how I fixed it.
So if I move my mouse up, my character goes down.
Weird. Oh, that's because you have the wrong tool selected. You have the pan view tool selected. You need the select/move tool. So it should look like an arrow key, or not an arrow key, an arrow tool at the top of your toolbar.
Yeah, that's
You know,
what
like-
I have.
Dude.
You might be holding down your right click button then, because that grabs the map and lets you scroll and pan.
You were 100% right.
So you need to hold the left click button, not the
Yeah,
right
I got
click.
it now.
Okay.
Do I need to make my way around, specifically around the cart?
No. No, you don't need to. The reason being, diagonal movement is the same as cardinal movement. So if you were to move diagonally 1 square, it would be the same as moving to the right 1 square. And so you're able to move diagonally around objects.
Can I peek into this window?
Yes. 1
See what
second.
I-
1 second. I think I need to. I need to do something real quick with the dynamic lighting so you're able to. Actually, you know what? I'm just gonna give you a 5-foot step into the room for you to peek. Sorry, into the window. Okay, come on. Sorry for cutting out the music. Here it is again. I really like this song. It's really calming. Double Drift. You ever heard it? It's by Kevin MacLeod. Okay. So you are able to see into the window thusly, because the curtains are open. So you can see that there is a sleeping area in the next room. Okay, and then on the tables in the room you're in are several art objects. There is on the north table. There is a carving, a turquoise carving depicting rural landscapes. And then, in the next room, there is a jade statue depicting a halfling reveler. So a little halfling with holding a glass of wine with a smile on his face. It looks like it weighs about 10 pounds. And then the carving on this north table looks like it would probably weigh, I think, one pound. Yep, 1 pound. And
Okay.
you can see that these two tables have they've been eaten at recently. There's plates that have been used. There's leftover, food on the plates and stuff. The tables are in disarray, the chairs are pushed in crookedly. Along the south wall, there's a bench. North wall, there's a bench. And one more thing here. Okay. Yeah, that's about it. So I'll put your token back outside. And that That's what
Okay.
you can see. If you still have movement left, you can go ahead and use the rest of your movement. And then looking around is not a standard action, so you still get a standard action if you want.
Okay.
You could like break into the window and climb in. You could. There's any number of things you could do.
I'm gonna look into this next window then also.
Okay. All right. So inside, looks like a room with a bathtub, and then there's also like a commode, like a toilet. Basically, it looks like a water closet, is what they call it.
Oh my god.
Okay. So. Yeah, and then there's like a bath mat on the floor, a small stool next to the toilet-looking thing, and
This is Jezzy's jam. Oh
yeah.
my god.
yeah.
And there's a door
Yes.
into the room
on
somewhere?
the north. This is the door right here. Did you see that ping?
Okay. Yep.
Okay.
And then the stairs to my left are stairs up or stairs down? Not in the room, outside the room.
1 second. I thought I covered those up with dynamic lighting. 1 second. Bring it back outside the room. There are no stairs. You talk about right here? To your left?
Yeah?
Yeah, that doesn't exist. It's just a big block of wasted space.
Oh, okay. So I shout to the rest of the group that it looks like we could cut him off through this window. There's a bathroom with a door leading around.
A bathroom?
Yes, a bathroom.
With a bathtub?
Yes, with a bathtub.
Oh my god. Okay, the rest of y'all worry about that thing. I want to take a bath. The only thing that could keep me sane and keep me out of the bathtub is if we found some stuff I have to identify, all kinds of, we find mountains of treasure or something. But everything else, I'm in the bathtub.
How about vampire first, bathtub after?
I don't know. But, on second thought, I could get dirty fighting the vampire. Then my lavender soap wouldn't really do much good. I don't know. Yeah, maybe we need to get him first. I don't know.
Well, someone should go through the window, and it isn't gonna be me.
And she says,
I'll go through it. You gotta open it. If you open it for me, I'll fly through. No worries.
I more mean if I bump into the vampire on my own, I'm just dead, and I don't think Adolf Gall sent me here to just die right away.
Well, I don't think that you're gonna actually fight the vampire like today. I think he has to take some time to reconstitute himself and stuff. But, all you have to do is open the window. I'll fly through. No problem.
I can open the window if you want. Sure.
Yeah, this is Jesse speaking, by the way, so.
Yeah. So is this window openable from the outside?
Looks like it's locked.
Oh, well.
It's locked.
From the inside.
So basically, you told me about a way to cut them off, except we can't do that. Right. Yeah. Right.
Looks like the window's really breakable, so you can. It's just gonna, cause a ruckus. Or if you have a thief with a glass cutter, you could do it without,
If you had one of those.
You guys have some big weapons. I have a sling, so come on. You can figure out how to open a window.
I'm not flying through a glass window because then I have the glass all over me and I get my wings, I get on my toe.
Can Asher hear this whole conversation?
Yes. You are within 90 feet.
Okay.
It's not
So-
super windy or anything.
Yeah. So, kind of drops what she's doing and says, well, that might be a better idea. I can cut the glass.
And Calamar says to her, well, if you can go that way, then I can go this way. I'll open this door, and then you go that way, and we'll meet in the middle. Yeah!
Okay.
Okay. Anything else for Cirrus and company?
Just gonna move out of the window.
Okay. Yep, you still have the rest of your movement
Good. Yeah.
and your standard action. You haven't actually done a standard action yet.
Yeah, I know. I don't want to attract much attention at the moment.
Okay. Did you get those bonuses I gave you?
Yep.
Okay. So there should be 2 bonuses. One of them's pretty hefty.
Yep. Thank
Okay.
Hell yeah.
All right. Next up is Calamar and Company.
Okay, so Calamar and company agreed that Calamar would go in here, and he'd start unlocking the door, and that she would.
You know the door is not locked.
Oh.
Asher says, I was checking for traps.
Well, who's gonna leave a trap here? This is such a stupid thing. And he reaches over and he opens it.
Asher
And
kind
then
of puts her arms up over her face.
Yeah, he's about to get really hurt.
You put your arms up over your face, Asher? Oh, good. Because the door opens. And surprise! No, just kidding. Maybe a surprise, maybe not. Okay. So I have to roll. I have to roll for surprise.
Oh yay, we get to fight.
Let's see. Alright, enemies modifier surprise the party. There's no modifier, and you guys are in, let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. No mod. In this room at least. Okay, you managed to surprise the enemy. Alright.
Hell yeah.
Okay, so, unfortunately, Asher, you have your, eyes covered. So you don't really know what's in the room. And Calamar, you don't really see what's in there right now, but you get a surprise round. So,
can I move on a surprise round? I'd like to, or maybe Boogie Will would like to move.
Let's see. Go ahead and roll. Everyone roll initiative for all their characters, and we'll start.
Okay.
We'll start the prize round.
Okay. This is gonna be fun.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, Sarah's Jesse has come out to you and is like playing with again. You know, things like that. She's totally clueless. Because you know she's gonna fly through the window. Why does she need to be out there? No.
So Cirrus, this includes you. It's everybody on the map.
I rolled.
Roll. Okay.
Okay. Let me go to Rana. Olivia. I forget. Olivia Calamar. Jesse. Okay.
Do I know that the fairy thing is like next to me?
No. Well, no, you heard her.
Okay.
She started playing with your critter. So you should know that she's somewhere in a certain 4 or 5 squares.
Okay.
But she's, you know, down low and going, ee! With your pet. With your dog. With Cricket.
Okay. Is there anyone still in initiative?
Second attack for Olivia. Because he has a weapon. Missile weapon.
So,
So please, just in case.
a surprise round is actually instantaneous.
Oh,
but
okay.
it does count as 1 minute in time. So it just kind of fast forwards time by a whole minute. And during a surprise round, if there is one side that is surprised, well, if any side is surprised, they do not get to act. So unless they're adjusted, dexterity adjustment or whatever makes it so they're not surprised, but that's on the individual level. So if I had rolled a 1 for you guys, you'd have to have a cumulative +3 to your chance to not be surprised. Like a defense, or not a defense, but a dex reaction adjustment of +3, or +2 and you pass an alertness check, or +2 and you have a familiar. So wizards with familiars, they get +1 automatically to their dex react. A lot of people don't know about that. That's why it's really good to have, if you're a wizard, to have a familiar and never let go of them.
Yeah, it's like, but I can't find anybody who has the spell, right? I have to have the spell.
Yeah. You can research it, and you could have learned it from Velcane, but I don't think you ever did.
Oh wait, he had one? Oh, that's right, he did have one.
Yeah, he had one. Okay, is there anyone that's still in initiative phase? Okay, here we go. And then also, since it's a surprise round, I'm gonna put on some sneaky music. Let's see. Find sneak. Oh, come on. Where is it? Alphabetical order. Stealth. There we go. I'll just rename it 1 stealth. One dash stealth. There we go. So this track is called Dark City. All right. So time now. 6:14 p.m. January 15th, 11 AE5. Okay, purple dot is Toronto's Fairy Fire. I'll just take that off. Yeah. Okay, Ash, find traps.
Can Calamar
You
be
stop
invisible
doing
now,
that.
or because as soon as
yes. Okay, Moen's song is now at 2 rounds. Let's see. Dean's recitation ends at the end of this round. So at the end of this round, we got to remove all of our red dots, and that takes away your bonus of +2 to hit. Okay, Gromnar, Asher. Okay. So first up is on. So he comes out from around the corner. And 7 squares, 8, 9, 10. And gets right about there. Pulls out his scimitar. Arms himself. Okay, Tirana. And Dallas.
Okay, so she's outside in the courtyard and she's going to jog, and she's going to 60 feet. Okay, that runs to 90 feet right there. And then she'd basically get to about to right here. She's going, "What's going on? Calamar! Calamar!" And that's her turn.
Yeah, you can hear basically like the sounds of some kind of combat. Yeah. I don't think anyone has actually seen what there is, so next up is Cricket.
The cricket is bemused by the invisible hands petting him, and that's about all.
Okay, next up is
That's sweet.
Calamar.
Alright, so Calamar is going to go around her this way. And what's in the room? Oops. I guess I have to go there. What's in the room?
Okay, you see these 3 things?
Yeah. Has she seen them before?
No, you've seen something similar though. Oh wait, no, you have. Yeah, you have. In Castle Rommel, in the library, you saw these big chicken things. Okay, so they're like.
He goes.
And they don't notice you. It looks like they're pecking at something on the floor. Some kind of feed is on the floor. It's like someone's keeping them as pets. And
he's going.
They're about 3 feet tall.
He goes, "Oh, hell no! And he backs out and he runs.
It's an
goes
eerie,
round.
repulsive hybrid of lizard, cock, and bat.
And he-
It is infamous for its ability to turn flesh to stone. You know it as a cockatrice. It's about the size of a large goose or turkey and has the head and body of a cock with 2 bat-like wings, and the long tail of a lizard tipped with a few feathers. Its feathers are golden brown, its beak yellow, its tail green, and its wings gray. Its wattles, comb, and eyes are bright red. Yeah. Females
So
don't have
anyway,
wattles or comb.
So he runs away, and Calamar does not run away from just everything, but this one he runs away from, and he calls out, "It's cockatrice! It's cockatrice!" And I ran away because I'm the one who knows.
Did you
Stone to flesh.
Did you want to shut the door behind you, or did you?
Yes.
Okay. All right. So
Oh my God.
Being the only one that entered the room, you're able to shut the door behind you. Slam. All right.
And he tells everybody, "It's a cockatrice, okay? It's a cockatrice. I'm sorry I ran away. I'm sorry. But I'm the one who has the spells of stone to flesh, and if I get turned into stone, well, then my stone to flesh doesn't work, okay? So,
You're saying they turn you to stone?
They almost did.
Ow!
Something about their hissing?
Oh, shit.
Or, I don't know. This was back when, in Castle Rommel, when she had a 40% chance to be turned to stone.
Yeah, this is
And I
like
rolled-
right before Asher
yeah.
joined the party.
And,
Maybe a couple weeks before.
Yeah,
Two or
just a
3
couple of weeks. And speaking of which, this is where her sword came from, by the way. But she said, if any of you want to try to go in there, you can feel free. I'll try to flesh you up if you get turned to stone, but not get turned to stone. Not me, not ever.
All right. Next up is Jezzy.
Jezzy, Jezzy's playing with the dog, and they're going, where's your tail, and all this stuff, and then she hears Calamar yelling, "It's a cockatrice! It's a cockatrice!" She goes, "Oh," then she goes,
Oh, shit. And,
she doesn't move. She doesn't do anything. She's afraid. She doesn't want to get turned to stone. She turned to Sarah and said, "Whatever you do, my little friend, do not go in there."
Okay. Next up
Did
is
you hear me, Sarah?
Mad Moen. He continues singing, so the clock is ticking. Oh yeah. Next up is Karen Glor.
Karen Glor sees Calamar run away scared and says, "My lady, perhaps we should return to the original plan of breaking through the window." And Asher turns to look at him and just nods.
Yeah, there's not much that causes Calamar to run away, but that one causes Calamar to run away.
That'll be it for Karen Glor.
Okay. Next up is Boogie Will.
Boogie Will goes, "I can go in there. I beat them. They die. What was the problem?"
Does Boogie Will open the door?
No, he's just saying this to everybody else.
Okay.
And he's expecting anyone to speak against him.
Boogie, let's just, let's call it a day. Let's take care of the vampire and revisit the whole cockatrice issue later, is what Asher says.
Thank you, yeah, because I think for a boogie will be a 60% chance. So yeah. Yeah, it's 10% chance of her AC. So yeah. Ooh. He says, "Oh, I mean, if you say so, I'll go out." And he turns around and goes out.
They still have to hit you, technically.
So,
Oh, pardon me. What? Have to what?
They still have to hit you, technically.
Yeah,
So, but yeah, his AC is not that great.
his AC is really bad, and they have to hit you, and then but the percentage is based on your AC, and his AC is not good.
It's based on 0 AC 0 minus your XP or AC.
Yeah.
So if you have a negative AC, I think it's a 0% chance. But
yeah.
Yeah.
But for him it'd be a 60% chance that he turned to stone.
No, 40, because it's 0 minus his, or the difference between his AC and 0.
Oh, okay.
So that's 40, because he has AC 6.
But still, let's just no.
Okay.
We don't need to go in there. We don't need to go in there.
Yeah.
Whatever's in there, we don't need.
So this actually isn't metagaming. The players remember from last time they encountered these what the mechanic was, because it said it plain as day in chat. Cirrus, what the mechanic was.
Yeah, Calamar in a big way said nope when he got lucky last time. He just got lucky last time.
Yeah.
So.
But
he might have some method now to turn people back from stone to flesh or whatever.
Yeah.
But still, let's save them if we can.
But it is Cirrus's turn. Or Cirrus's initiative.
Yeah.
In the surprise round. So you still get combat move, which is the number of squares in your blue circle. And standard action to include attacks and whatnot. Though if you move, you can't cast the spell or use a magical item for that matter.
But I can use my sling.
Yes.
So I'm gonna take a few steps back.
If you use your sling, you can only make a half move because it's a missile weapon.
Yeah, I was only gonna move. I only moved.
Yep.
Like
two
squares.
Yeah. So yeah, you can definitely shoot your sling. What are you shooting at?
The window.
Very nice.
I do hear everyone yelling, so I've decided to take some initiative.
Okay. The window is so big and fragile, I'm not even going to make you roll to hit and damage. It just shatters it.
Okay, good. Because I clicked it and it's like, click the target. I'm like, I don't know how to click a window.
Yeah. If you want to recover your ammo, you're going to have to go in and go after your bullet or stone or whatever it is. Oh, hey, Gold Public is here. Oh no, Cockatrice.
Hi.
Good tactics and RP. Don't get turned into stone if you are the one who has stone to flow spell. Yep. Some funky background music.
Yeah.
Bass player. Yeah.
There you go.
Okay. And then you still have a little bit of movement left.
Yay!
You moved 2 squares, right? So you should still
Yeah.
have 4 squares of movement. If you want to pass through the window, all it's going to take is a dexterity check.
I took the initiative to break the window. I'm not taking the initiative to go through the window.
That is actually just a movement action if you want to.
No,
that's
I
not a standard
mean
action.
logically.
Oh, okay. Next up is Dion.
Alright. Well, Jan is still outside, but does he hear anything from the inside, or is disconnected still?
You hear the sound of shattered glass.
But nothing else?
Commotion about cockatrice and cluck, 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 cluck. Buck, buck, buck. Buck.
Well, regardless, he probably should go that way. He jogs.
Buck, buck, buck. Buck, buck.
Getting
Buck,
to that far.
Okay.
Actually, better, more direct, dumping pretty much into the corpse of that one before stopping. Trying to get his bearings.
You can do a double
Does
move.
Does he know what cockatrice? Does he know what cockatrice is?
I don't think Dion has ever encountered cockatrice. No.
There he goes.
And I don't think anyone ever
But
told him about
it sounded very loud, more than what the chicken would be doing.
Yeah, you can see that. You can see the broken glass.
He comes in like with eyes gleaming, looking around.
You can see the broken window over here.
Giant chicken. This is gonna be better than turkey.
Oh God, no! It'll turn you to stone. It'll turn you to stone.
What?
Yeah, it's very dangerous.
So look down, not up, or look up and not down. Does it fly?
I think, I don't know, because I don't remember. Yeah, but I think you only have to hear it. Oh my God!
But I would stone already if that would be the case.
So you can see this broken window over here too. And anything else from Dion?
No, he's all that he has been able to get.
Okay, Brain Druid.
For a brief moment, he was thinking of food.
Yeah.
Brain Druid, that window area. So, if somebody said on the stone, Kalimar said about the stone, how do you prevent that? Says Brain Druid right away. Turning to stone.
Not fighting them?
Blind or what?
I think that the best bet is not fighting them. Yeah.
But if you don't have that option,
leaving them alone is the best bet, because I can't remember, but I think that you only had to hear them hissing. Maybe I'm wrong. I could be wrong. I don't know, but I don't want to fight it. No risks.
Okay. Let's go after the other creature. So I'm gonna come in. Not do about that far. Not blocking completely the way. But no sign of the vampire.
Yeah, no gas anywhere. And you hear Mad Moen like singing at the top of his lungs this like glam rock heavy metal song. Okay, next up is Asher.
Asher is gonna take a double time.
So you're jogging somewhere?
Over to where I heard the glass break. That's over. Oh, sorry. It's like here, right?
Yeah.
Oh, it's up. Okay.
Yeah, it's right up here. Do you have any movement left after that?
Huh?
You can take off that magnifying glass now that you're not looking for traps. And then you can use you can use the rest of your movement inside the room if you pass a dexterity check. Pass a dex check to get into the windowsill without making a fool of yourself.
Do I do that, or do I use climbing? Because I do have climbing.
Dex check, please.
Will do.
The window is on the ground floor.
Got it.
All right. Do you have more movement left?
I wasn't keeping very close track, but I think it's just a couple. So let's just say I just got into the room, so I'm not accidentally cheating.
Well, let's count.
Because I took the long way. Okay, let's say I took the short way.
4, 5. To the window is 13. Inside the window is 14.
Okay. And then Karen, Glor, and Jim are coming as well.
No, they can't. It's not their turn.
Oh, they were in combat.
What?
I'm sorry, I forgot that they were still doing individual turns.
Yep.
Not all on the same one. Oh,
We will be until at least the end of the round.
Got it. Okay, so Asher kind of looks longingly at the bathtub, but walks around it. And is this a closed door?
Yes, in the northeast corner there's a closed door.
Does it appear locked? Oh, I tried the door.
It is open.
And opens the door.
Okay, on the other side seems to be a hallway.
Okay. She steps out, looks both ways, and steps back in. She's going back to the
To the right is a closed door, and to the left you see the gaseous cloud.
Well, the door's closed. I can see through it. I can see an enemy.
Oh, you know what? Yeah, it's an open room. Okay. You can see several enemies inside, actually. 1 second. Seems to be 4 Orogs on guard. And that Orog that fled earlier is in the room with them. And he seems to be standing among the 4 guards, pissing himself and cowering in fear.
So, let's see.
And I need to roll surprise again during a surprise round. Interesting. Okay. The vampire. Okay. Oh. Okay. Come on. The party is surprised. Okay. So if anyone has a cumulative +3 or even a chance to have a cumulative +3 Dex React, go ahead and roll whatever you need to roll. There might be like one character that has a +3 from Dex and stuff like that. I think it might be maybe Calamar. Maybe Calamar. Anybody? Hello?
Does observation count for?
No, it's alertness only, or having a familiar.
No, it's +2.
Okay, so pretty much everybody is surprised.
Actually, I have alertness.
Yeah, but you don't have a Dex React, right?
That's correct.
Yeah, you need a cumulative +3 from Dex React, familiar, and alertness. Okay.
Yeah, wisdom and dex are not high enough to actually make it +2.
All right. We'll call that the end of the round, or end of the surprise round at least. And the 3 of the guards are gonna come over and attack Asher. Asher's prized AC. And she can turn to face, so from the front. Whoops.
Yeah, she's gonna turn to face.
And for 2 of them, she's gonna have like 50% cover because they're attacking through a doorway. I think 2 of them have flails. 1 of them has like a mace or something. Let's see, attack.
That's not a turn to face, but then a turn back the other way.
Yeah, longsword, horse flail, spear, hand axe, glaive, light crossbow, short bow, battle axe. I guess that would be a battle axe. Yeah. I think that's a -2 to hit. Your surprised AC. So front, shorter melee, same elevation. -2. Whoops.
That hits.
Yeah, your surprised AC is 10. He only causes 2 damage to you, so no biggie. The other one has a flail. Horseman's flail. That's the small flail. Not much damage. Front, shorter melee, same elevation, -2 to hit. No mod to damage. Against your surprised AC of 6, that hits. So 5 more damage. And then the third has no penalty to hit because he's right in front of you in the door with a horseman's flail. So it hurts, but not much. Front, shorter melee, same elevation. No mod. And no mod. And hopefully he just misses you. Oh yeah. AC 10.
That's
Nope,
missed.
hits exactly.
Oh, because it's surprised. Yeah.
Yeah. So 3 more damage. So a total of 9. Okay. And then let's see, the you see that the green mist slips underneath this door that's just to the north of it and goes into the room on the other side.
Asher shouts at the top of her lungs, "I'm being attacked! Come help me!"
Yeah. Okay. And at this time, everyone. Yeah, they kind of pile up at this door, and you can still see this one. It's afraid of you, the one that has a white flag, and it goes away from you to the opposite corner of the room, and cowers in the corner and is still pissing itself. And I don't remember what the yellow dot was for, so I'm just gonna remove it. Let's see.
Asher says, "You better run."
Yeah. And everyone can roll initiative now because that's the end of the second surprise round. So these are compound surprise rounds. Unfortunately, the second surprise round ended the first surprise round, and then all the enemies have gone, so the second surprise round is over, and now begins a normal round. I'm going to give you guys experience now for the 3 cockatrices. You survived the encounter by shutting the door. You lucked out because you surprised them. So you encountered them. By shutting the door and walking away, you ended the encounter. So that is a win. You encountered them. You did not kill them, but that counts as a defeat in my book. They're worth 650 each. They have 5 hit dice. Okay, so there were 3 of them. Cockatrice, 650. Number of player characters is 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. NPCs, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 NPCs. And then number defeated is 0, so the hit dice don't matter. And I'll just spam through. So you guys can go ahead and record your experience points, and I'll roll initiative for my monsters and begin combat music, because stealth combat is now over because the surprise round has ended. Normal combat has begun.
Can Olivia have a second attack?
Yes, ma'am. See,
Who dogs?
where
Oh my
is-
god.
There it is. Control.
We survived the cockatrices. Can you believe that? Oh my god.
Grumbar's not in combat yet, but on the off chance that it lasts long enough, he'll need a second attack roll.
Oh my god. Now, there is somebody who can go in there and attack him and not risk getting turned to stone, but I say, nope. I say
like
we don't.
Beeswax or something. We could try an Odysseus.
Well, Olivia has minor armor class, but oh my god, it'd be so bad.
Oh, that's not Horseman's Flail. That is Battle Axe.
I mean, if they're in a closed room and they're not a threat to us, there's not even really a need to worry about killing.
Exactly. Exactly.
Now, I mean, if we didn't surprise them and they got to attack, well, then, they'd have to.
All right.
And we might end up with a statue of Gromnar. Thank you.
Is there anyone who is still in initiative phase?
Give me 1 second to.
Yeah, I'm.
Yeah, I have a question. If I was to move next to Asher, could I sling something at one of the Orogs, or would there be a chance that I hit her? Or him?
If you do a called shot, it is an attack. initiative option, then you don't run the risk of attacking your friend. So when you roll initiative, you have to designate you're doing a called shot. And then what it does is it subtracts, or it makes you like 2 or 3 segments slower. I forget the exact adjustment. And then when you make your attack, you roll it at -4 to hit because you're like taking careful aim. And you don't take the risk of hitting your friend.
Okay.
So if you want to do that, you can.
Oh. Oh, Lord.
I'm all done with my initiative then.
Okay. Is there anyone else who's still in initiative phase? Excuse me. Oh.
Yeah, that's the only thing that and the basilisk are the only thing that Calamar has that scare the shit out of him.
Mm-hmm.
That seems like a reasonable response.
Yeah.
All right. So 6:14 p.m. January 15th, 1185. Moen's song now at 3 rounds. Red dot is now gone. So go ahead and delete your red dots, please. I have one on. I think I have one on. Mad Moen, yeah. I need to delete the from. There we go. So from is the name of the purple worm. Ceres. All right. I'm going to remove the cockatrices from the turn order tracker.
You know, I have no doubt that Gromnar would have been a statue. He has 0 armor, which means he's fully exposed flesh.
Well, it's against your armored class. It's not so much against AC 10. So you have a 5 armor class, which would be 50%.
Oh, I always thought that it was
if they hit you.
only.
And I think you still get a saving throw. So there are 3 things counting against you getting petrified. First, they have to hit you. Then they have to roll through your armor class. Then you get a saving throw. So it's actually really hard to get petrified by a cockatrice. 3 layers of defense. All right.
Cast his stone deflect, but it's not a non-zero chance. So.
Yeah. Okay. On. He is going to come over towards this broken window.
You're all gonna burn your food.
Oh, he didn't even finish getting it onto the stove. And that's enough for him. Next up is John.
Okay, Jan goes and starts moving. No jogging on all those little turns in there past the big corpse and cart. Sorry, somebody at the door. Back in a minute.
Okay, Gromnar.
Well, Gromnar heard all he needed to hear. He heard Asher screaming somebody's attacking her. He is taking off at a jog. Window looks a little crowded, so he's gonna put all of his near 10 feet, 350 pounds into this. I don't know what kind of mechanic you want to use. He's going to try and literally run shoulder first through.
Give me an open doors roll.
And bounces off.
Okay.
And Saris hears the loud thumping of footsteps and screaming behind.
Right back.
Okay. Go ahead and continue your turn with Dion, please.
Ceres, what's happening in there? Where did the chicken go? The the cockatrice.
What? Chickens?
Well, they sounded like that, but then Kalimar said cockatrice.
I wasn't anywhere near that.
Ah. He's looking around pretty scared, scared, trying to figure out what's going on and having no idea what's going on. Except hearing something will kill you and so on.
The door to the east seems to be the chickens. The door to the west seems to be a bedroom. And this seems to lead to more fighting, I guess.
Okay. He still looks around, including seeing that tree that has been turned into a bonfire for cooking something. It captures his attention for a moment. And his turn is over.
Okay. Okay. Next up is looks like Ash 2. Paul, are you there?
Yeah, I'm here.
Asher 2 is up.
Oh, goodness. Just continuing in the interest of the new.
It seems to growl at Asher 2. Cricket does. Just grrr, like, cautiously. Okay, Cirrus.
Can I move through the window or?
Yes. Please roll Dex check. Go ahead and click on your token. At the top of the screen, go ahead and click on checks. In chat, there will be a template where you click on ability and then find dexterity. Should be the second one down. There you go. And you're able to get through the window with 2 squares of movement. So you still have 10 squares with the standard action. Or if you want to jog, you still have 22 squares.
Well, I'm gonna try and see if I can get an angle on something to sling.
Okay. You still have 4 squares of movement, and you can still sling something.
I'm sorry, I'll
Did
get
you-
used to this movement eventually.
Did you want to shoot that one that you can see through the doorway? Or are you going to move?
I want to get out of the doorway. Oh, there we go. Oh no, I can't see anything.
Yeah, looks like you're behind the door now. The door has blocked your vision. Okay, looks like you can see 2 of them from there. This one doesn't seem to have any cover against you. And this one seems to have about 50% cover.
What's he wielding?
This one has a horseman's flail. Actually, they both do.
Okay, I'll try and sling the one that is further from me.
Okay. It's going to be close range. And there's no minus to hit other than the -4 for your called shot. You rolled called shot, right? For initiative?
Yeah.
Okay.
Do I need to add that, or is it gonna add it itself?
You need to type in -4 when it asks for a miscellaneous modifier.
Okay.
Good music tracks today. Is that a fern or a palm tree outside the building? The bushes are probably like not eucalyptus, aloe plants, and then the big trees are palm trees. Aloe, I think, grows in the desert. Okay, hits armor class 8. So unfortunately that's a miss. You don't quite punch through its armor. You did roll pretty high. You rolled a 16, but with your 20 Thaco, it's just not good enough to punch through. And then we have Cricket.
And can I still shift 5 feet, or no?
You can, but then you have to shift right back to where you are. But
okay.
you should still have some movement left. However, I would like to warn you that if you pass through this square, you'll take a tax of opportunity. Like
Oh no, I was gonna move further into the bathroom.
Oh, like move back. Yeah. So you've only
Yeah.
see 1, 2, 3, 4. You should have 2 squares of movement left.
Actually, I'm gonna stay where I am.
Okay.
Cricket being a pack dog and not a guard dog is gonna continue just doing what he's doing.
Peeing on water barrels or something.
Yep.
Okay. Next up is Moen, who is. Actually, I need to put these guys back on the GM layer because they're not. Yeah. All right. So Moen, who is psyching himself up still, he's going to probably jog towards the sound of combat. He's just gonna drop or set that jar down that he was drinking out of. And I think he moves at 12. Yep, he moves at 12. Being encumbered, he passes out of the bar. Goes to the door. Jogging. Towards the sound of bad guys. Walks right over From's mouth. Over to the window. 19 squares. And rolls a dex check to not make himself look like a fool. Let's see, 22, 23, 24. Wow, he is gonna have to stop right there. Okay, so checks. Ability. Dexterity. No mod. Ooh, he trips and falls, going prone just inside the windowsill. So he is now prone.
He fell into the bathtub.
Yeah, he did actually. Where is my prone marker? Should be the third row. There it is. Yeah, and he is right there. Okay. Next up is one of the Orogs. Okay, this Orog is going to take a swing at Asher with his battle axe at -2 because of cover. Okay, front, shorter melee, same elevation. -2 to hit. And no damage mod. AC 9 is a miss because she has gained her wits and deftly and dexterously dodges out of the way of the battle axe, and it is now her turn.
Alright. So I can. Oh, let's do this. Alright, she's gonna take out her longsword.
Hello, how are you today?
those odds.
Yep. AC 13 is a myth, though. It just whiffs through the air. Okay, next up is Jezzy. Jezzy can fly, so she doesn't even have to roll dex to get through the window. What's more, she's invisible, so she can pass through enemy squares. But she only gets 12 squares of movement, so she can't jog per se while she's flying. In order to fly and get more movement, you have to dive, and diving inside of a building is kind of weird. I suppose you could dive 10 feet if you were at 10 feet of height to increase your movement by 10 feet. So you'd be flying across, like, basically right just above the floor. I don't see where she went, and I can't hear you. Shannon?
Hear me
Okay.
now?
Yeah, I hear you.
Yeah, I'm gonna try to go in the window,
All right.
and I can't.
Oh, yeah, go ahead and move back.
Okay.
Okay. You're in the bathroom now.
Okay. So 2.
That would have
1,
been
2,
1, 2, 3,
3,
4. That would be 4 movement. Still
4,
have 8.
5, 6, 7, 8, and she's going to backstab this guy.
Okay.
Where's backstab? There it is.
Right next to you, you can see a what's it called? Tapestry, depicting extraplanar creatures.
That would be nice.
Probably a big demon that looks like a minotaur. Several of them, maybe in a wrestling match. Sort of simian looking, like they have long arms where their knuckles drag on the ground. And their knees are bent. Kind of like the way the way a chimp do. And go ahead and give me that backstab attack.
He is +0 instead of +4 because of Asher. There we go. I'm so sorry. It's taking me so long.
It's fine. AC 4 is a hit.
God.
They are, let's see, what size are they?
They're large. They're large.
Yeah, I think you're right.
Oh, thank God. Yeah, you said they're 7 feet, so.
Orogs are medium. Yep, medium. Medium creatures can be up to 7 feet tall.
Oh my God! So I only did 4
so you only
damage.
did 4 damage, and she becomes visible, and is displaced from her square. Let's see, -4. Oh,
Okay.
come on. -4. There we go.
That's bullshit, man.
Just think if that had been a 20. Look at that freaking damage.
Yeah, you could have done 40 damage.
I'm telling you, for real.
Okay.
But hey, I'm not complaining because 4 damage is better than 0 damage.
Yeah.
But still, my God.
Next up is Tirana.
Trana is out here in the courtyard, and she hears a voice of Calamar gently singing, "Trana, darling, go out and help Walt. Go ahead, darling, go ahead." And so she goes out to help Walt. And she goes out down here and basically protects them. She's going, this is bullshit. I like to talk. Hang on.
This is bullshit. I like fighting stuff. Why does he always protect me? What's that about? I don't believe this shit.
And that's her turn. You know, all his followers out here to protect Walt. Why did he send me out here? Oh my god.
I feel like Calamar and Tirana both have a little gender confusion. I mean, I don't think either of them realize that Tirana should actually be ordering Calamar around.
Yeah.
Yeah, I get that too. Well, she is secretly like, during the day she's not, but at night when they're asleep, oh yeah.
All right, so Sorog in front of Asher is gonna attack Asher again with the flail, horse flail, and there's no penalty because he's just standing right in front of her. So front, short of melee, stand elevation, no mod. Just spam. AC -1 for another 3 damage. Next up is Boogie Will.
Boogie Will is going to jog 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Does he have to make a, what is that?
Dex check.
Ooh, he's not gonna make this dex check, y'all. He's gonna look foolish. Yay!
Alright, get into the room.
Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and you know what? He didn't have to run. So can he take an action now with his reach?
You get attacked 3 times from passing through that square.
Well, hell, go right ahead then, please.
Okay.
Everybody feel free.
So I'm
Do
just
I
gonna.
get 1 attack?
I'm just gonna roll. Yeah, I'm just gonna roll 3d20 to see, because you have stone skin. So
Yeah.
if there are ones, then you know they go off balance or whatever, and so you lose 3 stone skin charges.
And then he's going to attack right there.
So players are not supposed to know how many stone skin charges they have. It is GM secret. Okay, and you have reach to attack over Asher, but it will be at a -2. And then
-4 because of a called shot, or no? He doesn't have a called shot.
No, it's a melee weapon, so you don't have to make called shots.
Saying you can go over my head, but at a -2, which is
just-
better than a -4.
Yeah, if you wanna
Yeah.
if you wanna attack through a friendly square, it's at -2. And it is in fact -2 per friendly square. So if you have a range or a weapon that can attack 3 squares away, and you attack through 2 friendly squares, it's a total of -4. You hit a -9, causing 9 damage to.
No, 12 because you said they were small. They were medium.
Oh, that's right. Yeah. Okay.
You can't have it both ways, dude.
Yeah. So go ahead and describe how you take him out.
So he runs through. Mac attacks on him, and then he runs through. He goes, "I don't like this shit." Boom! And he smacks down over Asher's head, of course. And that guy goes. That guy goes, crunch. And yeah, he's dead. And that's my dog. No dog, no.
Okay.
That's my action.
Thorog is this one next to Jezzy. It is going to actually face Thorog, turning its back to the wall. So it's literally got its back to the wall and attacks Jezzy there with his flail. Jezzy's altitude is still 10 feet, correct?
Yeah.
Okay, so does Jezzy turn to face?
Oh, hell yeah.
Okay. Front, short, lower ground. No mod. AC 16 is a miss. I need to remove this cockatrice. Next up is Calamar.
Calamar says, "Okay, I guess we'll go in here." And he runs 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, and he wants to go through, so he has to do nope, not initiative, damn it. Check. Now this is going to be embarrassing because I'm sure he's going to fall on his face, but let me see. Yep, he falls on his face.
So Calamar trips into the room and goes prone just on the side of Moen with a prone thingy.
Well, he didn't expect Moen to be through there. It's Moen's fault.
Okay. Next up is Brine Druid. Vesa, are you there?
Sorry, I've been on mute for a moment. Just to verify, the chicken sounds is the door on the north side of the room where I am in right now. Correct? Correct.
I don't know what room. Yep, yeah. North,
Exactly.
northeast. Yep,
Good.
up here.
And everybody is starting to leave the room to outside.
Yeah.
So I just peek on here what's in here.
No.
So 1 5 foot there. 10 foot. Then we'll go back.
You peek into where?
I just peeked on the bottom of that little copy that was there.
You see a lit stove, and then on the butcher's table is a short piece of Hydra neck, which was being scaled and then chopped.
Oh. Oh, continue now. I'm not running. I get to that far, trying to figure out what's going on and where is going on. Looks like all the action is on the left side of the building.
Yeah, right over here. Whoops.
And Brindry is being a little bit slow because jogging through a varying path is not the easiest thing to do. Especially when you're the size of a horse.
Yep.
Yep. Brindry is, oof. Behind, and we're going through people, people outside, and goes on. Jan, what's going on? Jan. Fight points towards the On and Mad Moen. That's it.
Okay. Next Orog. It's the one in the back that's facing Jezzy. It has a flail. It's going to whirl the flail through the air and smack her with it.
I have a meet that I have to attend in like 5 minutes, so I'll probably have to step out in the next 2 minutes.
Okay, front, shorter melee, lower ground, no mod, no mod. AC3 is a miss. Next up is Jim.
Jim is going to go toward where he heard Asher yelling.
So just to reiterate, your hit points are the, toughness that your character goes through before they really get hurt. So if you're not at 0 hit points yet, you're not like really hurt, like it's just a flesh wound,
And he sees that there is a traffic jam to get through this window.
You can pass through friendly squares, so all I need is a dex check from you.
Alright.
And how many squares did he move to get to this point?
It was... God, what was it? Oh.
Okay, so how many squares does he have left?
He took 10, so he has 2, but he didn't make it.
Okay. Yeah, you just barely get inside the room prone.
Okay.
And that is your move. And you can do any activity you can do prone, which is like free activity, free action.
Oh, my back.
I've fallen and I can't get up.
Asher, I came for you.
Alright, Karen Glor.
Oh, Karen Gore, sorry.
Karen Glor should be a little bit more dexterous than Jim.
Gets him just to the window, so I'm actually gonna stop him right there.
Okay.
And he just shouts, "I'm coming, my lady!"
Next up is Illuvio.
Illuvio is, down here. He's going to start jogging. He'll run up here. He'll see there is a mess at that window. He'll go, "Oh my lord, okay, I'll wait. And I'm gonna have to go because my sister's coming, so
Okay.
I'll see you next week."
The round
Bye,
is
guys.
almost over. Let's see, next up is... Actually, that's it, unless Gromnar has another attack. Nope. Alright, so end of round. And that will be today's session. Time now being 6:15 p.m., January 15th, 11:85. And I'll take you guys back to the Crossroads map. And we can do... I'm guessing Cirrus got a level up.
Yep.
Gromnar also.
Very nice. Congratulations on your level ups. I'll show you how to do that, Cirrus. All right. So if you click on your token, Cirrus,
Yeah.
there should be a level up action, and then you find the class in which you leveled up, and then the size of the die that you roll for hit points, and go ahead and roll that. Should be a D4 or a 4-sided die for Cirrus, and then it'll ask you if you're like multi-classed and whatnot. Okay, so what you do now that you have rolled that is you open up your character sheet, and you go to your HP, okay, and you add that and your Constitution bonus to your current and maximum HP. So that would be an adjusted 5 HP. Yep, and then, level 2, you put 3 plus 2, yep, very good. Okay, and then down where it says Gain Wizard 2, you just change the 2 to 3, and then change the 2.5k to 5k. Okay, and then your prime requisite total, double click on it, and then Control C to copy, and then paste it directly over your current XP. So you would double click on your current XP and Control V. Okay, and then for gained XP, nope, you don't delete the whole thing. You want to have 200 times 0 left over. So you would click in between the asterisk and the 3, and then drag over to the right, delete everything, and put 0. And then hit enter, and it should, yeah.
Yep.
And then we'll just delete that 0.6 because you're never really supposed to have decimals of XP. And then go ahead and scroll up to where it says level, and go ahead and put in level 2. And then Specialist Wizard Invoker in there. Instead of having 1, you'd put 2. So that would look like this. Boom. All right. And then go ahead and click on the Spells tab in your character sheet tab. Okay. And we're going to go down to where it says Wizard Spells Available. And you're going to increment your level 1 spell slots up to 3. Okay. From 2 to 3. All right. And then down below, you're going to add a another spell line. Wizard 1. Oh, and you're going to need to put the names of your spells in these lines. Okay.
I thought it was just in my spell book. Okay.
Nope. These are your memorized spells.
Oh, okay.
So you're going to add another spell line like this with wizard. Okay. And then, nope, not a 4th one.
You added the 4th one.
And then go ahead and put the names of your spells in here. And then this 3rd one that you just added, we're going to check the box as though you had cast it already, because you have not slept and memorized a spell yet.
Okay, and I get to pick a new evocation spell to add to my book.
Yes, and you automatically learn it, but you still need to, quote unquote, roll to learn it because we need to know how many pages it is. Okay, so it can be of any level that you can currently cast, which you can only currently cast level 1 spells, so it does have to be, unfortunately, a level 1 spell. And it looks like you didn't link your spell book in here. So it was called, what? Candlelit? Candlelit version 1 or something like that. I don't remember.
Yeah, where do I link it?
In your bio.
Oh.
Superstars. Cirrus.
I can add it in.
Candlelit Volume 1. And then there's your spell book. And then whatever spell it is,
I don't think I have many good options.
yeah, let's see. So it's spell listed in spells and magic. Wizard spells by school. Invocation. So there's
Okay.
alarm. Copy is a really good option, actually. That spell is so good, it's not even funny. It allows you to pen spells into your book without spending days to do it. You just cast the copy spell and copy it into your book.
Oh, what book is that spell in?
I think it's in the Tome of Magic, or maybe the Wizard's Handbook. But it is an evocation spell, level 1. There's also dictation. I don't think you got Fire Burst. I don't
do.
think you got Chromatic Orb.
No, but
Most of the other wizards have copy because it's so awesome. You can even copy captured enemy spellbooks into an empty spellbook and keep it, for your own leisure to read it later.
yeah.
Because it allows you to copy either individual spells or individual books. You can copy one book to another, as long as it has an equal or higher number of pages. But choice is yours.
Bell.
There's alarm, copy, chromatic orb, dictation, fire burst, magic missile, shield, tensor's floating disc, and wall of fog, and that's pretty much it.
It says copies in the players, but I can't find it.
You'll find it easy in the Wizard's Handbook.
Yeah, it's in the
It's
Wizard's
in
Handbook.
Chapter 8 New Spells. It's a first level.
Yeah. New spells. First level spells. Copy. Evocation. Casting time is 1 round. Every effect is 1 object. Saving throw is special. Copy enables the caster to make a perfect copy of a map, letter, or any other written or drawn document.
Oh,
The
I
caster-
was looking at cleric spells. I'm sorry.
The caster must have a blank It's in the Wizard's Handbook. You're not going to find cleric spells in there. The caster must have a blank parchment or a book with blank pages of sufficient size to hold the copy. The caster holds the blank object over the objects to be copied, then casts the spell. The copy immediately appears on the formerly blank object. The copy is permanent and is a perfect duplicate of the original. Copy can also be used to copy spells from a new spellbook into the caster's spellbook, assuming the caster's spellbook is of sufficient size to contain the new spells. The caster must first roll to see if he can learn new spells. If so, he can cast Copy to instantly copy them into his spellbook.
Okay,
It's pretty awesome.
I think I'll do that one.
Okay, so just roll to learn it. You automatically learn it, but we just need to roll for pages. Because you do have a finite amount of pages in your book. So that's under wizard abilities. Okay. 4 pages. You can go ahead and copy that into your book there. It is spell level 1. The information about it should be spell gained at level 2. Or invocation spell gained at level 2. And that's pretty much it. Just add up your pages and you're good to go, I think. Gromnar, any questions about leveling up? Are you still there, Paul?
Oh, no.
Okay. And you're level 8 now?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure that I got everything the right way. Ask you about is, because I'm, absent-minded as a player, what kind of armor was it again that Gromnar was having made? Was it full plate or field plate?
Should be on the turn order tracker. I'll open up the turn order tracker for you.
I was going to say it's closed right now, unfortunately. And then the second question I had is, because you informed me about special bond only being for one weapon, not multiple weapons, it gave me an open weapon proficiency slot. Would taking armor proficiency now be okay, or should I wait until I can actually have someone teach me the proper way?
One second. Trying to open the turn order tracker. And I guess I can open Gromnar's character sheet with my other... Okay, so it's ogre-sized full plate mail. So you're not able to sleep in full plate mail. I do allow people to sleep in field plate. Because field plate is specifically designed for the field, to accommodate urination, defecation, sleeping, and stuff. I know I'm not supposed to do that. The rules specifically say that you can't sleep in anything better than what's it called? Padded or leather. But warriors, I do allow them to sleep in field plate specifically. So
I think I lost you there for the most of that. I started hearing you again at sleeping in the armor.
Yeah, I allow people to sleep in field plate, but not full plate.
You're
It's
not
just
gonna
too
give them
too stuffy.
that. You're not gonna give them that 6 rounds of combat they have to miss.
No. In real life, field plate is specifically designed to facilitate urination, defecation, reproduction, even, and sleeping.
I know, but the rules for putting on armor when you wake up are kind of insane. Like, most combat's gonna be over by the time you put on your armor.
Full plate mail, I don't allow sleeping in it, but field plate specifically. But I know I'm not supposed to allow that because the rules specifically say you can't sleep in anything heavier than leather or padded. but to me that doesn't
You can
make sense
sleep
because
in Elven. Elven chain, Elven full plate.
no, Elven plate mail is just plate mail, and then Elven chain is not field plate. Unless, well, it does say it's as light as clothing, the chainmail.
As
Yeah,
light
I'll
as
allow
a robe.
Elven chain. Yeah, I'll allow a sleeping Elven chain, but not Elven plate. I don't think plate mail is as well designed as field plate. Let's see. So yeah, any comments, questions, concerns, or feedback for me?
No, thank you so much for having me. I had fun.
I'm glad you did.
Forward to next week.
Yeah.
Hope I didn't slow everyone down too much.
No. I would expect you to gain levels every session until you're about level 3 or 4. And then it'll slow down to like one every couple of sessions until you get to like maybe level 5.
Yeah, I mean, I'm almost at 4,000, so
Yeah.
we'll probably hit
Probably hit
3
3 next session, yeah. That's just how second edition works. If you use individual XP bonuses, class XP bonuses, as well as group experience bonuses, you're supposed to kind of fly through level 1 and 2, like 1 per session. And then I give XP bonuses for individual XP bonuses for good role playing, having a clever idea, having an idea that saves the party. That one in particular is the hefty one. That's a 500 point bonus, which I think you got this session. So your idea of going in through the window rather than going through the cockatrice room, I counted that as kind of saving the party. I think you saved the party some grief by doing that. So yeah, good job on that.
If we were to go back and kill the cockatrice, would we get XP again or no?
Yes, because that would be a separate encounter and another risk to your life, basically. The first time you guys got lucky in that it was a surprise, so I'm supposed to give you the XP. That's just how it works. You guys, you lucked out.
The combat was resolved.
Yeah, the combat was resolved. Or not only was the combat resolved, but the encounter was resolved by making the decision to back out and shut the door. So in my campaign, you don't always have to kill the monster to get the XP. You just have to survive the encounter to get the XP. So you could cast, a hold spell on something and just leave it there and walk away. And you get the XP for defeating it, but not for killing it. So warriors would kind of miss out on the extra bonus, So, but yeah, that's how D&D works for me. Okay, so to our viewers, thank you very much for watching. Please like, share, and subscribe. Stay tuned because coming up next is a rerun of last week's session and then today's session. So if you want to see a rerun of last week and then this week, please stay tuned. And then there's going to be some, Thunder Rift and some Mystara after that. Excel says, good game. Damn, Reloaded, I missed you. Replied to my question on Thunder Rift. Through all the scroll and the reload. Okay. But yeah, if you want to stay tuned and see last session and today's session, there's that. And thank you very much for watching. If you would like to help support us, we have links to our Patreon and PayPal. The PayPal is for one-time tips or small donations. And then the Patreon is for a monthly pledge as little as $1, and you get some perks from that. And the additional levels on the Patreon are cumulative. So if you pledge at the highest amount, you get all the perks, all the way back down to $1. So take a look at that, and hopefully we'll see you guys tomorrow and next Friday and next week for this session, or this campaign. So thank you very much again for watching, and we'll see you later. Bye-bye.